Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Burn the Corporate Fiction. I appreciate you guys stopping in and hanging out this evening. Tonight, I again am going to deviate from my usual program where I tend to strictly stick to the law and nothing circumstantial, only things I can prove 100% with concrete facts, evidence, and you know that I stick to that ordinarily. But again, tonight I'm going to talk about something regarding circumstantial evidence, and I feel like it applies to law and to basically everybody in the truth community because I tell people all the time that we have been in World War III for decades, honestly, but it's really ramped up in the last 10 or 15 years. And that this war is not fought with guns and bombs and tanks. This war is fought with information. And I can point out the fact that look how many lives false information, or as the government would like to call it with their made up word that all of a sudden is a word now, misinformation. Look how many lives have been claimed by misinformation, quote unquote, and in the last 4 years or so, for a reason that I'm not going to just blatantly state, because now here's a weird thing. My last video, the satanic experiment, got 1,600 views while it was up. My channel still shows that it's up. My dad's channel shows that it's up. But YouTube said that they took it down for medical misinformation, which I find hilarious, especially since they waited so long. I think we all know, that it was ruffling a few feathers and prompted me to do some research, which leads us to this video. As part of this war on information, there's a very powerful weapon that our opposition have, the elite oligarchy, and it's controlled opposition. You guys have seen the thumbnail to the video. And that is Vladimir Lenin says the best way to control the opposition is to lead it ourselves. And this isn't a new tactic. It wasn't new in his time. This has been used all throughout the ages. It's common sense when you really think about it. The best way to control your opposition, especially when it comes to like political intrigue or a movement of some kind, is to infiltrate it and lead it yourself so you can lead it in the wrong direction. And we have a huge case of that going on in our community. Again, I'd like to reiterate, my channel is not strictly a flat earth channel, but we do speak about it, and we are going to speak about it tonight in the sense of pointing out controlled opposition and the amount of opposition that this movement has, concerted efforts from clandestine organizations and sources, as it would appear to be. The reason that this actually connects to our situation with the law and our trust indenture and our debt enslavement and all that stuff is what they're ultimately trying to place us under is a one world communist government. Now, it's well known for anybody who's studied communism and how it operates and how it's effective, that communism is reliant upon an atheistic society, because when you go to law, when you understand law and you study law, you ultimately come to the source of law being the creator, okay? Because we're all equal before the creator. The creator's laws are the only laws, okay? And man's law, if man is to attempt to create law, is only supposed to be an interpretation of natural law, okay, respecting the natural rights of each person. And the only time you can actually come under any law other than that is through your consent and contract. You become bound by a contract, a contractual obligation, whether it be a citizen contract, whatever the case may be. That's what citizenship is. It's a contract. The Constitution is a contract between the people and the government it created. And it identifies right in the preamble of, say, like the Declaration of Independence, that God is the source of law. So the reason I bring this up is because the flat earth, the globe lie, was created specifically by Jesuits, which we're going to get into that tonight, by the papacy, to separate mankind from its creator. Because once you no longer have faith in God or an understanding that there is consequences beyond this life, there is a higher power, there are universal laws, then you have faith in man's laws, and you're easier to control. You think that's all there is, the end all be all. Let me tell you, before I actually understood that the earth was not a globe, that was one of the things that kept me from coming to the creator. Was like, I used to think, oh, so the God, let's just say God for simplicity's sake. I don't know how you recognize the creator, if you recognize one, but say, oh, so God just is the God of this planet. What about all the other planets? Why aren't the other planets and the aliens and stuff mentioned in the Bible? Blah, blah. And it really is an effective tool, and it worked wonders with me at separating me from the creator. And this is a prerequisite to get people under this one world communist new world order that they're trying to institute. Because when people understand that there's something greater than this material world, and that there's a source of goodness, and that law is supposed to be just in its natural divine law, that is the only law, right? They're willing to die to be free and to live under that. Because just because something's legal does not mean it's lawful. Okay, we can cite numerous examples of something that's legal but entirely unlawful, like say post-term abortion, for instance, late term, like, or any, in my opinion, right? But I tend to not really get into that so much because it's a hot button issue. But me personally, I'm absolutely horrified and disgusted by it in any form. But it's legal, and not only is it legal, it's championed as a right. You have the, they want to tell you that you have the right to, screw whoever you want, and then use this heinous activity as a form of birth control. And it's a perfect example. See, they can never do that if you're connected to your creator. They can never have this entire massive sacrificing industry that they do when you're connected to your creator. So with that predication, let me say hi to some people that have shown up already. We have, go up to the top here. We've got Make Stupid People Famous. Good to see you. Q Howard. The True Few said this will be good. I hope so. Chaos Code. Oh, that's a cool name. Chaos Code. JP. Ethan W. Trustee of the Most High. Joyce B. and Rem. Good to see you guys. Let's see. Stacy Jones. Good to see you. We got SRJ 780 on the Rumble side. Chicago Cubby Bear, The True Few, Saddle Bum. Somebody said stupid. Am I famous? I guess his name's Stupid. We got Godheart Guardian. And I think I said NREM, but I'll say it again anyway. And that's who we have in here so far. So now, as you guys know, last time I made the video, The Satanic Experiment, which was a bit of a, dramatic name, I suppose. But I honestly do believe that the people that are behind this Antarctica expedition, and this is just my opinion, this is not a fact, but this is my opinion, are connected to some nefarious hidden hand organization that is attempting, they're plotting something. I mean, anybody with half a brain that's looking at this situation can see that this doesn't look right, right? So, and Duffy himself, incredibly suspicious character. I mean, so not only do you have this Enyart connection, like I showed, and we're going to get into that because Jaron actually tried to put out a hit piece on me, which only served to actually backfire on him and show people who he is for the most part, unless they're absolutely indoctrinated and inculcated into his cult that he appears to have. Why would you be so passionate and so emotionally invested in somebody that you're supposed to be disinterested in? Actually, you should be skeptical. You were asked, right, out of the blue, because you're a famous YouTuber. Well, not even really famous, but you're a big YouTuber in the flat earth community. And this guy chose you because of that, because of the influence that he supposes you have, and he offered to send you to Antarctica. You're not supposed to be emotionally invested in this guy unless there's a prior relationship we don't know about. right? It just doesn't sit right. Everybody says he's way too triggered, and we're going to get into that. But I mean, let's recap the Bob Enyart situation for a minute. And actually, Awake Souls covered Jaron's coverage of my video. And if you're just tuning in for the first time, you don't know who Jaron is a shill. He runs a show called Jaronism. In my opinion, he's a shill. I feel like it should be obvious to anybody who's been in this, this community for any amount of time, or a decent amount of time anyways. There's certain things he will not talk about, and we're going to go into his history a little bit, at least what I could find. And we're going to talk about this stuff, but he runs a show called Jaronism, and it's got like almost 170,000 subscribers. He holds debates on there. He does experiments that always seem to only help the Globers out. They're really dumb experiments from what I've seen that just literally, it's either he's intentionally that stupid, or it's either he's acting that stupid or he is that stupid. I'm actually kind of on the fence about that, because his coverage of my video in the first place, if he is connected, as I suspect he is, to Duffy, and we know he's connected to Enyart, and he stands to financially gain from this in whatever way, whether they're paying him as a shill or what have you. If he didn't want this information to get attention, then he should have never attacked my, but that was dumb. I've got 780 something subs. Who am I? A little small fish channel, right? But apparently what I put out struck a chord, because this guy took a couple hours out of his busy schedule to actually cover my video in a very emotionally charged fashion, which raises a lot of red flags for me, right? So this Bob Enyart situation, I don't know if the video is still up. Did you guys say in the chat if the video is still up, the Satanic Experiment? Because it appears to be on my channel, but they, like I said, YouTube sent me the thing. They gave me a warning, said it wouldn't be a strike, cited medical misinformation, which is laughable because I appealed it anyway, but it's still up on my channel. So I don't know if you guys can see it or not. Lumpy Gas in a Vacuum says, "We'll go look now." I appreciate it. So yeah, in the Satanic Experiment, I covered, there's a couple, I forget the husband's name, wife is Danielle Kakoa. She was a member. So Bob Enyart is supposed to be Will Duffy's best friend, mentor. He gave the eulogy at this guy's funeral, said he looked up to him, that he's a great man, all this stuff. Well, Danielle Kakoa and her husband were part of the congregation at Denver Bible Church, which is the church that Bob Enyart was pastor of, for 10 years before leaving that church for whatever reason, falling out with Bob Enyart, and for some reason felt it necessary to start an FBI investigation into him, because she said that she was convinced that he's a serial killer. He uses alternate identities. He was responsible for the murder of John Benet Ramsey, which actually comedians have joked with him about how he was a suspect in that case, but they never did take his DNA. And so Jaron, as we'll see here shortly, he says, well, don't you think if there was something there, the police would have investigated it, right? Or the FBI would have investigated it. Why is she going through all this effort, making all these websites and all this stuff to try to expose this guy? If there was actually something there, he would have already been investigated. Well, to that, I have this to say. You would do all that if the police are part of it, or if the people that are getting this investigation across their desk. I mean, we have to remember that Hillary Clinton, and of course, now I'm kind of got a spotlight on me, so I'm gonna be a little careful what I say tonight. But Hillary Clinton had that one chick down in Haiti that was trying to kidnap kids. She got caught, or allegedly, right? She got caught. No, it's not allegedly. It was a fact. She got caught and charged at jail time for it, because the kids that she was trying to sneak out of Haiti, the border patroller or whatever they have down there caught her, and she's like, "Oh, these kids don't have parents. I'm taking them to a safe place." And they talk to the kids. They're like, "Yeah, we do have parents, and this lady's just taking us from our families." And she ended up doing a little bit of jail time. When she got out, she is now the director of the Amber Alert system. She's in charge of the Amber Alert system, this chick is, right? So we have to look at like who it is that's running and controlling this scam, and the law scam and the globe scam. Like it is these people that we just get a glimpse of, right? And then as soon as we get a glimpse of them, everything gets swept under the rug. There's some big distraction, some celebrity. That's when they cue the celebrities to do dumb shit. They have the Amber Heard, Johnny Depp trial and all that stuff, right? And everybody focuses on that so they can sweep the other stuff under the rug. And you never hear about it again. Those are the people that really run this stuff. So according to Danielle Kakoa, and this is all allegedly, and I don't have concrete evidence of any of this, and I'll put that out there, and I'll tell you, you guys just look into it yourself, make up your own minds, right? But according to Danielle Kakoa, a longtime congregant of Bob Enyart's church, he was involved in, let's say the purchasing and selling of individuals, and he was, allegedly a murderer, obviously, with the allegations of John Benet Ramsey. But it wasn't just her. He was actually suspected of, however you want to put it, of framing the parents of and there's more children that she accuses him of having been involved with the murder of, and always tries to frame the parents. And the guy uses like a bunch of identities. So just with the suspicion behind this Antarctica situation in the first place. Now, Will Duffy was Bob Enyart's producer. Okay, for his radio show, Bob Enyart was involved in a lot of the Planned Parenthood psyops. Okay, where he'd show up to protest at Planned Parenthood. One of those times he showed up to protest at Planned Parenthood, and the next day there was a shooting. Right? He was behind calling the Planned Parenthood clinic and getting them caught for selling things they shouldn't be selling and all that stuff. Which, when that happened, I asked myself, I said, how do you get the number? How do you get the number? I can't call Planned Parenthood and try to buy that stuff, right? So how do you get the number for that? That has to be a psychological operation. It has to be. You can't just do that, I mean, come on. And so, yeah, this guy's highly suspicious, and this is Duffy's best friend and mentor, apparently. And now you enter Duffy. Now, there's been a bunch of stuff come out about Duffy since I have made that satanic experiment video. Apparently he has several open lawsuits, totaling hundreds of thousands of dollars he could be owing. Yet somehow he's more focused on spending all this money on this trip. Now, my dad brought something up as part of this controlled opposition thing. I think Duffy's bigger than just having gotten in trouble, and this is his way to get out of it. But I do think that is the case. My dad brought up, he said he thinks that people get in trouble, and then in order to make their trouble go away, they're given, like, say, a show. Or I think it was Dave Weiss talking about Bob the Science Guy, how he had some charges, and then all of a sudden he gets this channel debunking flat Earth and his charges go away. I don't know if that's true, but I assume Dave Weiss does his research. So I find that interesting, right? So I'm going to tell you guys everything that I'm going to present tonight. Everything I'm going to present tonight is circumstantial for the most part regarding the people that I'm going to be talking about. And it's interesting things that I've found that add to my suspicions that this is actually a Jesuit-controlled operation. Okay, the Antarctica thing, I think, and I'll openly say it, I think, and this is just my opinion, but I think that Jaron is a Jesuit-controlled shill platform. I think he is the much less popular Alex Jones of Flat Earth. I do. I just do. There's a lot of things about him that don't make sense, and there's one thing you never hear him talk about. So I'm sure everybody in the audience knows that the Jesuits are behind the globe, right? That, let's just say, the papacy, but the military branch of the papacy is the Jesuit order, okay? It was a Jesuit who came up with the Big Bang Theory, okay? Everybody knows that, right? Why does Jaron never talk about this? You would think in a Flat Earth channel, right? A big Flat Earth channel with that type of influence and reach, you would talk about the most obvious main culprit behind the globe lie, that being the Catholic Church. Well, I'm going to explain to you why I think he doesn't. Well, I already have kind of indicated it. So let's go through a little basic. Now, I suspect, and of course I don't have any evidence of it, but there are like little things I come across that I'm able to find where, well, take for instance, there was a Jaron Campanella website that got taken down, right? But it was a website dedicated to exposing him. It got taken down. You can't even find it in the Internet Archive, the Wayback Machine. You can't even find it there. So that's like a deep scrub, right? That's not just like, oh, this guy decided he was wrong. This is how Jaron tries to paint it out. This guy decided he was wrong and took the site down or whatever. In fact, I'm going to show a little bit here in just a few minutes. I'm going to show a little bit of Awake Souls, like I said, covered Jaron's coverage of my video. So we got a bit of a Inception type situation there. It's a video covering a video covering a video, right? But I don't want to show Jaron's video directly because I feel like he's petty, and I feel like he'll try to use that to get this show taken off. So I'm going to show Awake Souls coverage of Jaron's, and that way I'm just showing Awake Souls. I'm not showing Jaron's, right? So, but they even said when he talks about that website in the video he did covering my video, he almost slips up and said that it was taken down by the feds, that website, the Jaron Campanella website. And I believe that. He has somebody on his team that's able to scrub. I've come across so many dead links leading to stuff about him, like HTML error. So he's got a wiki fandom with like a net worth and all that stuff. If you try to click on the wiki fandom link, it just says unknown server error. It will not take you to, because he doesn't want you to know his net worth. I mean, the accusations that he's had about stealing Bitcoin and stealing from Eric Dubay. We're going to check out one that Eric Dubay did. Now, I'm not saying who knows, Eric Dubay could be controlled opposition. I'm a firm believer that my show will get taken down long before I ever have the influence that these guys do, because I tell the truth. You know what I mean? So, let's see. Nachikita, do you want to come up, man? I see you in the chat. You just let me know, dude. I'll put a link in the chat. Anyways, so I did see Nachikita interview Dave Weiss, however, I don't know how you say his name. Sorry, Dave, if I'm butchering your name. It was a very good interview. I found some interesting things I kind of wish Notch would have pressed a little harder on, like, and this is another example of what I'm talking about. And I'm not attacking Dave because I do like Dave, and I'd like the opportunity to ask him questions myself at some point because, I mean, you know, he seems genuine. But then there's a couple things about his background, where he came from, the company, said he owned a solar panel company. Okay, here, let me bring Notch up real quick, guys, and then we'll continue this. I'm just gonna put a link in here. This will be a one time I'm putting the link in. So if there's anybody else that might want to come up, you're more than welcome. I don't pin it because the internet's like a Greyhound station, and you never know who the hell you're going to run into. And I just don't like to have my show derailed, you know, generally. So, but anyways, Dave Weiss talked about the company that he owned. And again, I'm not attacking him. I found it suspicious. I'd like to have been able to ask him questions about it. But he said that he left at the same time that his company was contracting to do the Clinton's house, to put solar panels up at the Clinton's house. These people don't hire just anybody. Okay, I know that for a fact. All right, especially when you're talking about like Clintons or any of them, they hire friends and family and friends of family and stuff like that. These are people that they know and trust to be on their property, to be in their lives, to deal with them personally, probably because they're lizards. I don't know. I'm just kidding, kind of kidding. Here's Nachikita. Let's welcome Nachikita to the show tonight. How you doing, Nach?
I'm doing well. How you doing?
I'm doing good, man. Yeah, like I was saying, I really liked watching I was at work, actually, out of town at work, and I was watching the interview listening to the interview you did with Dave. That was an excellent interview, man.
Well, I appreciate it. Thank you. And yeah, I think it's good to like dig a little bit deeper into this story because I'm fascinated. I'll be really honest, you know, and you kind of pulled the thread out a little bit, and I dug a little bit deeper, and then there's still more to come, honestly. You know, so
Absolutely. That's like I was saying when you interviewed me the other night, there's, this is such a, there's so much here to go through that really everybody's encouraged to just dig into this. And I think that's what Jaron is scared the most about, because I think he knows once we found this Enyart connection, he overreacted defensively and thereby showed his hand. You see what I mean? Because he knows that once we dig enough, we were going to come across these things, is my opinion. Again, this is just my opinion. It's conjecture, right? But yeah, the emotionally triggered response, and you did a great job on Bob Enyart as well. I mean, it's just, who was this guy, right?
Yeah, well, indeed. I just want to let everybody know that I did have a conversation after I made the Bob Enyart video with Jaron. We just spoke privately for a couple hours, and he was not really happy about any of the accusation. And look, I'm not going to throw any names out there and say he's a shill or controlled opposition. I mean, I don't know, and I think it's good to be kind of reserved, in my opinion, in regards to that. But like, initially, we're doing this research because we care about flat Earth, and we care about like people being involved with such characters like Will Duffy. And even if we didn't bring Bob Enyart into the scene, like there's already like, lawsuits and litigations going on with Will Duffy. And, he has blatantly lied, like, in public with his interviews with other people though too. And I don't know where, I can't say like I know 100% he's coming from this or that, but all I can really say is that it's really shady what's going on. Just looking at that in itself, with this whole the final experiment type thing. And I'm just afraid that Jaron is a little bit invested in it. That's kind of how I see it.
A lot of it. So I want to show you something. And again, like I said, it's very difficult to find anything on Jaron, which in itself is kind of suspicious for, the amount of notoriety he has. He's been in mainstream documentaries. He's on IMDb, which, I mean, again, anybody can put anybody on there, but, he was featured on Netflix. He's mainstream articles picked up when he did the behind the curve thing, how whatever he thought he was going to accomplish managed to help the globe side. Of course, all the mainstream news articles like Newsweek, there was a Newsweek article that I came across. They picked it up, of course, and that was the one part of the whole thing that they focused on was Jaronism. And I just find it very interesting that he always seems to be inadvertently helping the opposition, which, I mean, really, to anybody who knows, and there is no opposition. But like I said, like this video is called, it's World War III. We're not fighting for people we'll never convince. We're fighting for the ones who are on the fence, and that's the thing. And usually when you lose somebody, you lose somebody, if they embarrass themselves by this is what makes shills and controlled opposition so dangerous, is when they give you enough truth to lead you in the wrong direction, and they give you something that's patently false, and you go try to use that and it embarrasses you, you're never going to trust another thing that goes against the official narrative again. And that is what they're designed to do. Like David Lester Straight, Anna von Reitz, these people, they'll give you, and they have good information out there. Of course they do, because you're not going to trust them if they didn't have good information. But I personally have audited Anna von Reitz, like case law sightings, and they're about a 50% accuracy ratio. What she does is a very deceptive technique of where she'll actually present the spirit or her interpretation of that case law, but put it in quotation marks to make the reader think that it's an actual citation from that case law, and it's not. And I actually should probably do a show on that too. And that's where these people come into play. But Notch, I know you've done a lot of research into this, and you know who's primarily behind the globe lie, right?
Well, my guess is the Jesuits.
Yes, it's the Jesuits. When you look, Copernicus actually dedicated the theory of his model, or the model of his theory, however you want to say that, to his best friend who ended up becoming the Pope. I don't remember his name. I think it was like Leo or something, but it was dedicated to the Pope, right? Ended up being dedicated to the Pope. And it was a Jesuit who came up with the Big Bang Theory. I mean, many people have done extensive work on the connection between the Jesuits. And again, you look at the situation behind this, and it was the Protestant Reformation and people being able to actually have access to the Bible and read it themselves and see how many things that the papacy had told them that wasn't actually even in the Bible. It was being used as a system of control, a method of control and subjugation of the population, and as an excuse to justify heinous atrocities. And the people found out, and it almost brought the church to ruin. So this whole globe lie, I personally think, was brought about to counter the Protestant Reformation and separate people from God, because you can only subjugate somebody if they have no connection to the Creator. However you choose to recognize the source of all, of all beings, once you're separated from that, you basically stand for nothing. You're easy to control. You'll fall for anything, all that. So do you got anything you want to add on that?
I mean, no, not really. I mean, like I'm doing other types of research, like alternative historical research, and we're finding that I'm hearing a little bit of a feedback.
Yeah, you sound a little robotic. You want to try to exit out of here, come back in real quick?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see here. All right, guys. So I'm going to bring this up while he's exiting out and coming back in, or I don't know if he is or not. Let's see. Were you able to get it straightened out, or? Okay. There we go. All right.
How do
that? Same thing.
Is that same?
It's the same.
Okay, maybe it's not going to work out for today. Maybe I'll come back later, because this is something's going on here.
I agree with you. If you want to hang tight and just check this out before you go, I can deal with the robot voice just to get your opinion on the very start of this. So, check this out. While I was doing some research, somebody apparently did basically a biography of Jaron, and this is about all I could find, as in like an in-depth biography of any kind. And so, yeah, this is Becoming Jaronism. This is Jaron Campanella's journey to the flat Earth, right? So this is the unexpectedcosmology.com. If anybody actually wants to pay the $5 to this guy's Patreon and get the rest of the story, I'm going to put a link in the that's your prerogative. I don't want to donate any money to anything to do with any of this, but I was very tempted, just because I want the name of the school that they're talking about. So let's see here. It says, imagine Jaron Campanella walking the center aisle of his local parish dressed in a white alb with a cincture tied to his waist. Would be incredibly difficult to do, particularly for those of us who know him now. The personality behind YouTube channels Jaronism and Globebusters was once a conscientious altar server too. The boy Jaron Campanella wouldn't be caught dead wearing anything but black slacks and black leather shoes when vested for mass, right? Now, I've heard that, or I was reading that he's admittedly went to a Jesuit high school. Like, he was admitted that, he was basically Jesuit. I don't want to say Jesuit trained, but let's just be honest. Anybody that would attended those schools, that's why they're at those schools. And Campanella, now this doesn't necessarily, again, this is circumstantial, doesn't prove anything. I don't want anybody to say that it does, but Campanella is a hugely powerful name in the Catholic community. And whether or not he has a direct relation to, like, is he part of the Campanellas? I don't know, right? I just find it also interesting that it's very hard to find anything on him. So, let's see here. It says, and socks. Only black socks would do. And another thing, the Roman Catholic Church requires that a crucifix be visible during the celebration of Mass. Imagine Jaron Campanella with a thurible, a metal censer suspended from chains, filling the cathedral with the sweet aroma of incense, or as the crossbearer, leading procession with large crucifix in his hands. When Jaron held the crucifix high, parishioners bowed before him. Difficult to imagine, indeed, considering the Jaron we know. Considering the Jaron we know, but without which there is little to no possibility that he could become an ism. Right? So what follows is his massive interview. Just give him a $5 donation, all that stuff, right? If anybody has the name of that school, I've been looking for days now, trying to find anything about his high school, and apparently I don't even understand how it's not on there. But I mean, hey, like I said, he's not as famous. He's not that famous. He's just, 100, almost 200,000 subscribers or whatever. But still, if this, the fact that this guy did an article, undoubtedly the name of the school is in this article, yet it's nowhere else on the internet, is just weird to me. And when I say I've been digging, but it's been said, I haven't personally heard it, so if anybody can actually verify, but it's been said that he admitted that his high school is a Jesuit high school. So if we're to look at this objectively, right, this guy who comes up, and then of course you have the association with the 33, Will Duffy 33, Bob Enyart 33. Bob Enyart wrote a book called 33 Proofs the Bible or whatever. Actually, I just pulled it up. It's all this 33. Will Duffy became rich at 33, and 33 is very closely linked to Jesuitism for many reasons. But that's conjecture in itself again. Anyways, here's the thing, though. We know that the Catholic Church is behind the globe lie. That much is for sure. And this Catholic boy, and here's another thing. People are like, oh, well, he bashes Christianity. So how is, it's weird he grew up Catholic. Listen, Catholics bash Christianity. There's a huge beef between born-agains. It's the whole Protestant Catholic battle. They despise Christianity because to them, it's not Christianity. There's only one Christianity, and it's called Catholicism. Christianity is for idiots. It's for sheep. It's for people who don't know how the world works, and that's how Catholics look at it. I know that for a fact. But yeah, what do you think of that, Notch? I can deal with the robot voice for a second.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't trust the Jesuits, period. And, I think they're like all these nefarious organizations are very much connected with the Jesuits. And the thing that I was mentioning before about the alternative history, like they, Scaliger and Petavius are the ones who's responsible for like changing our history, and then giving us a false narrative, so they're very heavily involved with everything. So.
But don't you find it interesting that somebody who is a devout Catholic, and went to mass and all that stuff, ended up becoming one of the biggest flat earth channels, it's one of those odd, it's very odd to me, and in fact, in the interview, it says without him growing up Catholic, he would have never been Jaronism. That's interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting.
Yeah, but it's just interesting. It's not necessarily, it's not proof of anything. It's just, you take all these circumstantial pieces of interesting information and you put them together to kind of try to paint a picture on something that you don't know for sure, right? They're just indicators, and I find that interesting. But anyways, apparently I'm not the only one who suspects this this connection to be true. Apparently there's a lot of people who consider him a Jesuit controlled opposition. And that's actually, did you see that Awake Souls did a stream covering his coverage of the video about Bob Enyart?
Yeah, well, I think what's happening now is maybe you are hearing me with us through the speakers. So like your mic is actually picking up the voice from my speakers, because the people in the chat says that they can hear me okay. But just letting you know, like Awake Souls, I was thinking to interview them a couple weeks ago, but they kind of ended up doing a hit piece on me with my interview with David Weiss. So not sure about these guys, to be honest.
Well, I think they're overly skeptical. Or not. Me personally, I don't think there's any such thing as overly skeptical. I think you should always be skeptical to the max. But, you're very diplomatic and political which is a good trait. You know, you do ask the hard questions. I watched your interview with Dave Weiss, and it was good. I wish you would have pressed him a little bit more on when he started talking about he left the company when that company was doing was contracting with the Clintons to go work at the Clintons' house. That's a huge thing. But your company was so big that like, and it was in those types of circles that it actually landed a contract with the Clintons. Now, I think Dave's sincere personally, but I think he also knows what to talk about and what not to talk about because of his connections in the business world. That's the impression I get from Dave. You know what I mean? Like same thing.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Can you try to mute yourself when I'm speaking and see if that's going to help? Yeah. You see, I think it's better now. Okay, so let me address something real quick. Austin Murphy, he is saying that Nachiketa's adopted father is German and went to Yale. Hashtag Skulls and Bones. And it's really funny because he's been saying that for a long time. We had a chat over at Sean's channel, and I did mention to them that my father went to Yale. It's true. My grandfather went to Yale. So this is not a secret information for anybody here, that my grandfather actually has immigrated from Wales. My family lineage, my American family lineage is Welsh, German, and Irish. Okay, my mother's Irish German, and my father's Welsh German. You can pretty much say. So they grew up in Rochester, New York, and my father went to Yale for free, and my grandfather actually went to Yale as well. And I don't really 100% know whether they were involved in a quote unquote Skulls and Bones. I do not know about it. You can believe me or you don't have to believe me, but I felt that it was important to address that. So I'll land it there.
Well, let me say this. You know, you can't be held accountable for your family anyways, even if your family was, like, say your grandfather was Skull and Bones. That doesn't have necessarily any bearing on you. Of course it would be, which, I mean, that's a leap anyways, Austin. Just because somebody went to Yale doesn't necessarily mean. It was actually people at Yale that exposed Skull and Bones by sneaking into the dormitory. But I understand it does, you know, it would raise an eyebrow. Why wouldn't it? Of course, like, that's interesting. And it is one of those things where it's circumstantial stuff. Now, if you can find other stuff about Notch and piece it together, which I wouldn't think that you could, but everybody should look into me, looking at everybody. You know what I mean? And kind of, so in doing this video tonight, I want to make it clear I'm not attempting to cause division, because I think that is one of everything that these people do is multifaceted. I'm sure everybody watching right now can agree that this final experiment is a psychological operation. It 100% is. You got William Shatner going, Alex Stein going, Neil deGrasse Tyson going. You got all these big names going. And, you know, just so happen to be going at the same time that Will Duffy, who has a bunch of losses. I mean, ad nauseum. I don't even have to go into. We all know it's a psychological operation. At least if you're one of my subscribers, you should. And you know, everything they do is multifaceted. And so I'm sure one of the things that they're hoping, they've always got a contingency plan. And even if we do uncover and expose this, then we're going to uncover and expose the controlled opposition elements within it, and it's going to cause huge rift in the truth community, and it's going to cause us to basically rip ourselves apart. That's not my intention. Here's how I look at things like that. Like, even if what you said and say Notch did have that in his family and stuff like that, I'm saying let's look at, because it's not about us who know already, and it's good that people are here and they want to learn. What it's actually about is the people who are on the fence. We need to make we need to reach a critical mass of awakening. We are reaching that critical mass. That's why they're panicking. And so take like what I'm saying about Dave Weiss. I find that contract with this company interesting, and there's certain things he just does not talk about that are major, you know, aspects to this. But with that being said, he doesn't hurt the community. He doesn't hurt he doesn't counter. He's not in opposition to the knowledge. The reason I'm pointing out Jaron right now is because it seems like every time Jaron does something, it hurts the community. And it's usually some bullshit. And it doesn't hurt people who know, because we know. So what if they went to Antarctica and they seen a 24-hour sun? It doesn't mean that the earth isn't flat. It doesn't mean that, because there's no measurable curvature anywhere. So it can't be a ball. It cannot be a ball, right? It just means we have to figure out, well, what does that mean? That's an added thing to the whole mystery of things that we already do not know. With that being said, the people on the fence are hurt by the shit that Jaron does. You know, when he's like, oh, I'm going to do this experiment. And people have done experiments like his laser experiments, tons of them. They've, you know, went 8 miles out, 10 miles out with lights and on a completely level surface to see if they could see it when it should be hidden by curvature, whatever the case may be, right? Like, you know, at ground level and all this. There's tons of experiments like that. So how did his end up being picked up in newspapers and being on Netflix to be in opposition to the knowledge of flat earth? That is a detriment. That's somebody that needs to be exposed, in my opinion. If Dave Weiss has some powerful business connections in his background that preferred not to be associated with his new understandings, and his relationship with them keeps him from talking about certain things, probably because they would kill him, that's a whole different story. And so you look at Nachikita and what he does and what he puts out there. Does he do anything that is in opposition to truth? And I haven't seen anything, Austin, at this point. And he has influence over, you know, a decent amount of people, and he's continuing to grow, and he's doing nothing but helping the movement. And that's just my opinion. But like I said, Austin, I understand your skepticism. I appreciate it, actually. But, you know, talk to him about it. And if you really feel that way, go find some interesting dirt to dig up, and, you know, and then come. That's pretty much it on that.
Yeah.
One.
Let me just say something real quick, because what I want to say is that if anybody can find that my father or my family is somehow related to any kind of nefarious secret organization, Freemasonry, Jesuits, or whatnot, like, please, I want to know myself, you know. And if that is proven to be the case, I will definitely, without any shadow of the doubt, will mention that. Like, I'll make a video about it and tell everybody, hey, I had no idea. I grew up, you know, like, people know my story based on like what I have said and my interviews. And of course, there's always a possibility that I could be lying about my story. But me being adopted from Korea, and then I have white parents, obviously, and then not knowing that they were a part of a secret society, it could be possible. Maybe I'm MK Ultra as well, to the point where I'm having some kind of dissociative identity disorder. I don't know. But at this point, though, knowing what the game is really, and if my parents are somehow involved, please do let me know. Let Ryan know. You know, I will make a video about it. So let's help each other that way. That's what, you know, I just want to say about that.
And that's no, that's exactly right. You know, and that goes for any of us in this community. We should all be auditable, you know, and open, and, you know, the people that watch us to learn, or even just commune, if you already know, need to be able to trust us and trust where we're coming from, that we're not leading you in the wrong direction. And, you know, that's why with Bob Enyer, I found that as a suspicious connection, right? And so, and I look at, I have a wealth of other knowledge, as I'm sure Notch does as well, regarding the people that are behind this. Like, let's not even pussyfoot around it. Like, they're Satanists, man. Like, they're Ahriman, Satan, whatever you want to call it. I mean, they get caught in the woods worshiping a stone owl in red robes. You know, they get, you've got this situation with a certain client list and stuff that just magically never comes out. You got the situation with Wayfair. You got the situation with the chick who runs Amber Alert. You got all this stuff that's Balenciaga, right? And then in that photo with Balenciaga that they got in trouble for, that I'm not going to say, if you look at the roll of caution tape behind what they were showing, it actually has Balenciaga spelt Baal, as in Baal, you know, the Canaanite god of sacrifice. That's what's going on here. These people are the ones running. So when you find something connected to, you know, a host of psychological operations such as Planned Parenthood, and then it's now connected to this psychological operation regarding Antarctica. And, you know, the funny thing is I never would have even suspected Jaron of anything because I honestly didn't care enough to look into him. I was presupposing him to be a disinterested third party who just happened to be asked because of the amount of influence he has in the community, or supposedly has in the community. And the way he responded, so emotionally triggered at me pointing out some things about what is supposed to be his opposition, you know, his ideological opposition. That right there was a huge red flag. And he's financially incentivized. And when I've been looking into him, so I found this isn't the only thing I've been looking into, but he's been accused of a lot of stuff. And now they're all allegations, and they actually conveniently tend to get scrubbed, though you can find the echoes of it in WordPresses and stuff like that. Just like the website that was dedicated to pointing this out. There's, you know, they're just allegations. They're not necessarily proof, but I stand by the saying that where there's smoke, there's fire, 100%. And there's just a lot of smoke around this guy. He made smoke around himself with the last video that he put out about regarding my show. So, I mean, and just think about this though, also guys, who am I? Like the video would have never gotten the attention that it got if he didn't cover it. That shows me that he's not particularly bright either. You know what I mean? Like he, with his 160 whatever thousand, he gave my show a platform by trying to put a hit piece out on me. And it looked bad all the way around. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, I would. And, you know, like, I just don't think, like, look, like when I question your intention and my intention, I just want to make everybody clear about that. We care about this community, you know, and we care about the truth. And we're not really coming out like shooting from the hips and saying that this person is a shill or that person's definitely doing this. But, you know, when you have, again, like these circumstantial evidence and people are definitely connected, there's no doubt Bob Enyart and Will Duffy is connected. That's beyond the shadow of the doubt. They are operating from the same church. I mean, Will Duffy was giving the eulogy for Bob Enyart. Now, the question then becomes is like, who is Bob Enyart? And when I was doing my, you know, report on him, you know, I dug up these cases, you know, and like the thing is, like, you know, one of the things I kind of disagreed with Jaron, and again, this is a kind of a what's the right word? It's a kind of a, not a criticism, but like it's a, you know, something to consider, let's just say, right? And Jaron was trying to pass off like everybody gets, you know, a little bit of corporal punishment growing up. I mean, like I grew up in in Korea where my dad used to kick the shit out of me before I was adopted, right? But and yeah, maybe it's kind of normal for children to, you know, get a slap or a spank here and there and whatnot. I'm not saying that's right or wrong, but Jaron really didn't know what he was talking about when he was making that kind of excuse for Bob Enyart, when in fact we have two convicted cases where it was like, you know, shutting and closed, right? Two separate incidents of these children, one stepson of a girlfriend that he was dating for only a couple months, and another of his ex-wife's son or something like this. And he went to jail for like 60 days. Like initially they wanted to put him in jail for like 500 days or 700 days or something like that. And then they reduced it. It should have been a felony. And like, to make it clear for everybody, it was like 1 inch by 5 inch, like deep purple welt on young boys, you know, 2 times. And that's what we're talking about here. And when you have like, and this was back in the 80s when something like this was quite normal. So like, not normal, like not this was normal, but like, you know, kids getting spanked and, you know, like kind of pushed around a little bit, you know, it's like, it was a lot more normal back then compared to it is now. And for somebody like Bob Enyart to go to jail, right, for doing this, it meant it was pretty serious, you know?
Well, that is, yeah, absolutely. And what's funny, there's another thing about Jaron too. He brought that up. I didn't even come across that in my research. I'm sure I would have. I'm sure other people would have once they started looking into this. but he preemptively brought up something that he knew we would find and then made a cover story for it right away. And the fact that it was reduced charges, which that was good research, man, very good research. The fact that they reduced it down, and I would assume is probably because he's connected, right? But they had to do something about it, probably because of his notoriety that he already had and the fact that it had gotten, you know, attention, I'm sure, at the time. But just the fact that he had that kind of pull. And like you said, at the time that it happened, it was, you know, it was, I mean, it wasn't illegal to spank your child. I mean, I'm a firm believer in heed the rod, but that is not, that's abuse. That's abuse, right? That's completely abuse. So, you know, this is a, yeah, big red flag. And the fact that Jaron preemptively put it out there was very interesting to me. It's like, there's something at the bottom of this hole that Jaron's worried about. And that's why he responded so emotionally. When you think about what his motivations could be for responding so in such a triggered manner, such emotionally triggered manner, it has to be that there's something at the bottom of this hole that's going to connect him to some bullshit and take him down. I found some very interesting stuff on Jaron, and like I said, it's all circumstantial because it's always he said, she said type of stuff. But the fact that, I mean, the things he was saying, well, here's kind of what, have you had a chance to watch Awake Souls coverage of this yet?
No, we can play that. Go for it.
Yeah,
I don't have anything against them. I mean, they did one hit piece on me, and then we did a little bit of an exchange. But I don't hate anybody. Like whatever, you know. Like they are welcome to have their own opinion about stuff. But let's watch it. Let's see what they have to say.
Yeah, they kind of talk shit about my dad a little bit too. But here's the thing, though, is when you're, you know, it's always about association, and it is true, the laws of association. I feel like there's an exception when it's an interview, and they should have taken that into consideration. But for whatever reason, they've got Dave Weiss pegged as somebody contrary to our community. And I don't see it personally. But like you said, they're entitled to their opinion. I do find their coverage of this very interesting, though. So, yeah, let me pull this up real quick. And I skipped ahead to basically when he actually gets to the part where he starts trying to make up a bunch of excuses, like where he gets triggered, so that we can kind of go from there. But hold on a second. All right.
From military to millionaire, and he's the millionaire he started from military, right? Which I'm still not willing to state that's not what happened. You know, I don't have any evidence. When we started to get to the good evidence, he screamed and he didn't want to answer. Next question.
Being a pastor, because he wasn't. So what are you talking about? Let's continue on a little bit here. So then he goes, this is like the first 40 minutes is him developing a connection between Will Duffy and Bob Enyart. But these guys, they believe in a model that is the globe, that they just say is...
It's not the globe. It literally has the luminaries rising from inside.
Military millionaire. So they've made the assumption that he was in the military or something. There's just terrible research. He wasn't in the military. So he was on a...
So that right there, when he said that, that's so irritating. This guy didn't even actually watch my video because I never once said that Will Duffy's in the military. I said that it's on this podcast called Military Millionaire.
Yeah.
And
that was such a low-hanging fruit. That was so ridiculous. I mean, you know.
Right. Like basically all I'm saying is he was in the financial podcast world, right? Like and so his focus was not pastoral or any kind of Christian outreach. And you know what, while we're on this subject real quick, I do want to bring something up that regarding his church, somebody commented on one of my community posts. You guys can go look. I'm going to look at it right now and tell you who it is. And they brought up some interesting information, basically they went to, just bear with me while I get to it. They went to Will Duffy's church, and let's see here. Let me find it. Just bear with me for a second. Okay, here it is. So, and in fact, it looks kind of like an anonymous user. It says user-ep1dw70 or 7to5j, whatever the hell it is. So it's not even like a YouTube name unless, hold on, let me see. Oh, Hadel Toma. Okay, there we go. It says, I lived 3 blocks south of Agape Church. Went there early morning. No one answered, but cars were in front. Then I opened the door, walked in down a long hallway, past the sermon area, and in the coffee room, 4 dudes were having a heated conversation about something. Then a dog started barking. I heard chairs slide. It says, I heard chairs slide. The guys talking got up and asked me how I got in here. I said, I need a pamphlet for the service. I'm part of the community. The dude laughed and said, did the flat earthers send you? I shook my head and walked real fast, and they started laughing, giggling. I had a creepy feeling, ran home, man, and I know I recognized the guy talking to me. It looked like Duffy, but he was clean shaven. It was that Jake a whole 1,000,000%. I don't know who that is. Jake a whole? I don't know who that is. But apparently that's somebody that's, if you guys know who he is, put it in the chat. I have no idea. But I said, what's he doing there? Someone told me maybe Duffy is Jake. They are one and the same, in my opinion. Brother, that's not a church. That's a front for something. I wish I could tell you more, my dude. That's what he said. So, let's see here. Says, somebody else said, I just had my friend who is a photography expert do a side-by-side comparison, and he said, wow, it's the same individual disguising himself. In his opinion, it's one and the same person. So whoever this Jake guy is, they're saying that's actually Duffy, which, by the way, guys, thank you for bringing me information like that, especially if you live near this church. But if indeed, because I always have to take with a grain of salt, you know, what somebody says, because I wasn't there, but that was a very specific story and set of events. And of course they could be making up stories, but I mean, I think Agape, the name of the church, is a nod to Crowley in the first place, because Crowley had Agape Lodge, right? For the order he created, that AA stuff. So, and that's what I told him in the response. But also it's, you know, to ask the question, did the flat earthers send you? Right. It's like these guys are like, and then the giggling and laughing and stuff when they seen that he was nervous and ran out. These guys are nefarious, if that is true, which I think they're nefarious anyway, just given all these circumstantial connections and whatnot. It's very nefarious. But yeah, that's it's a pretty interesting story, I think. And on my dad's show, I think it was Mr. Super Sidewinder, if I remember correctly, somebody went to Duffy's church also, and it was closed for renovations or something, to repair. So who actually goes to this church is what I want to know. Who are the congregants? When do they, you know what I mean? When do they hold service? Like, it just,
Do you know
everything.
Do you know who effed up? Do you know who effed up world is? His name is Joe. I'm going to be interviewing him sometime soon, hopefully next week. But he actually went to Agape Kingdom Fellowship and had a debate with McToons. And if people have been kind of following what Will Duffy's been saying, you know, like initially he was kind of like keeping it a secret, and then he was over at Kingdom in Context, and then, you know, Sean Griffin is the guy who is the host of Kingdom in Context, and asked Will if he was a part of the final experiment, and Will denied it. But then other people have found actually that Will Duffy actually listens to MC Tunes, whom actually contacted me and wants to be interviewed by Bido too. So this is getting kind of crazy, guys.
Yeah, no, it that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to get people to see. Like, these people are very, very skilled manipulators, skilled at covering their tracks. They underestimate us, and they use stupid puppets like the one I'm about to show you. You're not very bright to even. Why would you give this coverage on your platform if you don't like the information, don't want it getting out? You're a retard, Jaron. That's just my opinion. But outside of that, like, I want people to see all these dark occult underworld connections that are converging into this situation. And it doesn't take, oh, that's just crazy. Like Jaron will say, oh, that's just crazy. That's like, I don't understand how you could come up with it. Well, I know who runs the world, Jaron. I know what runs the world. I know that there's a client list that is not released still to this day. I know that nobody went to jail behind that. I know that what Wayfair got caught for. I know, you know what I mean? Like you Mothers of Darkness Castle, for God's sakes, in Belgium is, you know, allegedly a heinous place, you know, stuff I can't really talk about. They have hunting parties and all sorts of stuff. It's just like the most sick, evil stuff that you can't even possibly fathom. And that's what runs this behind the scenes. I mean, they put it in your face in the media all the time, telling them I sold my soul to the devil, the music videos and stuff of just evil, devilish shit. Look, you know, so it's not a stretch to see how, you know, that to understand how we're coming into these connections. They're like tentacles are feeding into this situation right here and ultimately connecting into people who are all about the money. Do I think Duffy is a mastermind? No, absolutely. If he was a mastermind, he wouldn't be facing all these lawsuits. And at least we wouldn't even be, you know, he would have figured out how to spin that situation or whatever. Like he wouldn't just wait till people found out about his lawsuits and then, you know, not talk. Like he's not very bright. They underestimate us. I don't think he's a mastermind, but I do think he's a puppet of masterminds. And the same with Jaron and same with Bob Enyart. I don't necessarily think Enyart was a mastermind of any kind. He does seem to have been very clever to, you know, put on a front as a pastor of a church allegedly, and then actually be running. I mean, he openly has that organization called the Shadow Government that was dedicated to, you know, controlled opposition. I mean, he doesn't say he was doing controlled opposition, but he says he has a whole manifesto on his shadow government website about overthrowing our government, which is obvious horseshit because he's actually doing controlled op stuff for them. But point is, he has this like paramilitary, that's not even the right word, but this organization of people who were essentially soldiers of a type, doing things for him in a far right-wing extremist type of way as part of a controlled opposition organization. That's just is what it is, you know? So let's see here. Let's play this now.
Podcast named The Military Millionaire. That's it. And yet people are going on and on about he's in the military. He's a military guy.
Here?
No, he's not. The other thing he says is he goes, if you notice in all these if you notice in all this finance posts about him, nobody ever mentions he's a pastor. That's suspicious, don't you think?
Yeah. So we asked him about it because that's one of the first things you find is his Military to Millionaire podcast, where he says at 33, he became a millionaire. So he denied being in the military, but come on now. He's supposed to be this millionaire guy, and he's on a podcast about military to millionaire. It's fishy. It's very, very fishy.
Yeah, well, you know, birds with the feathers flock together, or whatever they say, right? What Jason and we're not on any millionaire to military or whatever videos, right? I mean, it's a good question. We assumed that if he's on a podcast called From Military to Millionaire and he's the millionaire, he started from military. Right, which I'm still not willing to state that's not what happened. You know, I don't have any evidence. When we started to get to the good evidence,
What happened? The audio's lost.
Yeah, no, sorry, I was muted. That was my own fault. I muted myself when we were playing. I said, that's an interesting interpretation about, you know, from military to millionaire. I didn't even go that far in my video, and Jaron's just throwing that out there. If that is indeed what that podcast is about, that is even more suspicious. That is, you know, from military to millionaire. But I never said he was in the military. I just found it suspicious that he was on all these financial podcasts exhibiting none of this Christian zealotry that you would ordinarily find in somebody who's going to become a pastor or somebody who's apparently deeply involved and connected in a church. I'm of the personal opinion, I don't even really see how you can devote your life to money, and especially get rich quick schemes that you end up getting sued for, and simultaneously be a pastor. That doesn't make any sense, right? Like those two things are completely incompatible with one another. Wouldn't you say, Notch?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm kind of in and out of the chat as well. We have a couple individuals from Awake Souls. I was over there, and like I said, I was interested in trying to get a better understanding of their model. And I did reach out to Jason, who is one of the Awake Souls guys, and he completely ignored me until he noticed that I had Will Duffy and David Weiss on my channel, and then they kind of decided to do a little bit of a hit piece over here. But when I was over at their chat, it wasn't a secret. I mean, everybody can see who is there. They have about 80 people. And basically they were calling me a shill and a jackass. And, when I was I don't really mind sharing the emails because Awake Souls, Jason doesn't seem to mind, already publicly shared my email exchanges with everybody. I was going to keep it like kind of to myself, but he didn't seem to mind, letting out some dirty laundry for whatever reason. So, I mean, like basically, Jason is saying like anybody who believes the pizza pan model, which I don't promote. I tell people I'm a flat earther or level earther, to be more exact, and I don't follow any model myself. Right. Okay, because I don't know.
I'm the same way. That's why I tell people all the time, I don't know what this realm looks like objectively that we live in. I don't think very many people do. But what I do know is that it's not a ball, right? There's no curvature, which means topographical plane. Whether it's some kind of encompassed realm, one of many, you can speculate for days on what it could be, but without being able to explore it independently. And you can't accurately create a model for the entirety of our, where we live, because it's just impossible to know. It's impossible to know. They make sure it's impossible to know, but we can prove what it's not. And it's not a sphere. It's not a globe. Right. And that's what I focus on, and, as far as these guys, let me tell you, just for anybody watching, especially from Awake Souls, or if the guys from Awake Souls end up watching or whatever the case may be, I can say this: just because somebody interviews somebody, my dad, I know for sure, is not controlled opposition, right? In fact, he's overly arrogant in his in the things that he does sometimes, in a good way, right? As far as like telling everybody to fuck off. And I know he's not controlled opposition, and he had Will Duffy on his show, and he's been on Dave Weiss's podcast before. And, so to make that connection, I can understand raising suspicion, but you got to look at what the person's doing as well as who they associate with. Like I said, the true controlled opposition shills will always be detrimental to the movement that they are in. That's their job. Jaron is detrimental to the movement that he's in. He's detrimental. I mean, how many times do Globers use Jaron or something that Jaron's done as a way to try to debunk Flat Earth? Think about that. They always bring it up. Always. Oh, Jaron's going to try to, all the time. And that's his job. That's what I think his job is. I can't say for sure. I don't have concrete evidence, but as we're going to go through a little bit of this and just listen to some of the dumb shit that Jaron says. Because he's not altogether very bright. And then we're going to look at some other accusations against him. And, and like I said, I want to keep this clear. These are all allegations and circumstantial. My channel is truth supported by facts and evidence. So as a caveat to that, I will tell you when something I'm showing you is not something I know for sure and can be like, this is a fact. But I have pretty good intuition, and I have a strong hunch that this guy is Jesuit-controlled opposition. I mean, just the fact that that's who's behind the globe lie and his strong ties to that community is, of course, his last name is not proof of anything, but Campanella, just look up, just search in your Google, anybody watching, search in your Google, Campanella Jesuit or Campanella Catholic or any of that stuff. And you're going to see all these high profile Campanellas that are major players in both the Jesuit organization and various orders within the Catholic Church. And yeah, you're gonna see, use quotation marks though. That's how you search. You always search in quotation marks and use a non-Google based search browser. That's how you research. Those are the two keys to my research. 100% all the time. All right.
He screamed and got all he didn't want to answer. Next question.
Being a pastor because he wasn't. So what are you talking about? Let's continue on a little bit here. So then he goes, this is like the first 40 minutes is him developing a connection between Will Duffy and Bob Enyart. Will Duffy has said numerous times, Bob Enyart was my best friend. So you didn't need to spend 40 minutes making a connection. They're best friends. That's the connection.
So
you don't
hold
need
on a
anything else.
second. Now the context is switched from Jaron talking about us. He's now talking about
Audio is gone. Or you're not playing the video.
I really got to stop doing that. That was dumb. I should just not mute myself because I keep forgetting to unmute it. But yeah, that as far as making the connection between them, I'm not saying that it was hidden that he was connected to Bob Enyart, but I'm just saying that that wasn't just like everybody knew, oh, Will Duffy, this is the guy that was his best friend and mentor, is the guy that did the soft tissue dinosaur thing and the guy that did the Planned Parenthood stuff and was accused of murdering JonBenet Ramsey. None of that stuff was just like openly stated as part of who Will Duffy is. So when I do my research and I found that connection between the two of them, I wanted to make sure that there was no question of how close these two were. And so Jaron's statement is a bit redundant there, honestly. Anyway.
these guys on the screen, the satanic experiment, they're calling it.
Yeah, and it was terrible when I asked him about Bob, and now here's members of his own team. Like this guy here, what's his name? He was just in that
Yeah, I don't know for sure if you could zoom in on it, if it's the same guy. Sovereign Soul?
Yeah, this guy right here. He was
him?
He was just in Jaron's
Is that
live
Sovereign Soul?
with the mic guy.
I think somebody in the chat will probably, virtual reality witnessers, Worst, will probably be able to tell us, is that the same guy that was just smoking dope with Jaron on the watching? Hey, go figure, you guys. I talked about how most of Jaronism's channel live streams were him sitting on the ISS looking at fake ISS footage in the sphere Earth. Now he's gone back to, he's made a new podcast where he's just going to watch NASA videos now in a theater and get high.
Yep.
Yeah.
And speak real like racist and bigoted.
Dirty too. What is wrong with these people? Like,
Yeah.
It's gross. It's gross, the stuff they're talking about. But hey, if you want to watch Jaron, his channel's there. I'm not trying to tell people not to watch it. I don't want Jaron to be censored or taken down. Like, go watch it if you want.
He's going on and on about, this is how we know that they work together. This is how we know that. Yeah, he's claimed it's his best friend. So it's not a surprise. Now they go even further and actually claim that Bob Enyart is the one who killed JonBenet Ramsey, because Bob Enyart is in a satanic cult. He's a satanic cult leader. Now, where did they get this information from? One crazy fucking girl.
All right. So, yeah.
I remembered this time, ad hominem, right? What he treats this evidence that's presented in the exact same way that somebody who's never been introduced to flat Earth would respond to the proof you're showing them that it's not a globe, right? this absolutely crazy woman. Now, I personally find the woman suspicious only for some of the things she said to Bob Enyart. Not that anything that she's saying probably, she didn't give me the impression that, she gave me the impression of a handler who had dirt on Bob. And it's almost like Bob was getting out of hand or something. I don't know. I can speculate for days, but either way, even if whether she was a handler and controlled or she was just a disgruntled congregation member, you know what I mean? She went through a lot of time and effort and energy to get the FBI to investigate him. He was a suspect in it. She also recorded the police, like it showed on the, which some of those videos were interesting. And to me, they show complicity on behalf of the law enforcement, which would further reinforce everything that's going on. When we look at where this is happening, Colorado, especially Denver area, I mean, just look at Denver International Airport. That tells you everything you need to know about the dark occult influence that's going. I mean, there's a statue in front of the freaking thing called Lucifer, and that's their airport, right? Just the airport. Can you imagine the underbelly of that area? What kind of so this is how I look at things, and you could disagree, Notch. I don't know, but I look at it like this. You're talking about the amount of influence and wealthy influence there that has this sort of belief and lifestyle to be able to have that airport built there. You know what I mean? In that specific area for some reason, and to have everything that they have at that airport. That kind of shows me that area is somewhat like a stronghold or a headquarters. So to find this stuff coming out of it, especially with somebody who's so intimately connected to so many psychological operations, and of course, Will Duffy, who's connected to this Antarctica thing, it's not a stretch, but he says this crazy woman. How the heck would he know that this woman's crazy? And on what grounds does he say that she's crazy? Does he have any kind of evidence of psychological? Yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I mean, that's a very dismissive way to, because for me, you can call anybody crazy, whatever. But I first like to just listen to what their position is. I don't just dismiss somebody and say, oh, this person is against my hero, and thus this person is crazy. Even if I have friends in the community, let's just say, and people are saying some shit about them, maybe it's information that I did not know. I just have to listen and see their rationale. And I listen to hours and hours of Danielle Kakoa's stuff. I personally don't find her crazy. Yes, there are still some things that's a little bit on the loose side, especially the direct connection between Bob Enyart and the murder of John Benet Ramsey. Okay. But there is kind of like this, the shadow gov is a real thing. And, Bob Enyart has admitted to the fact that he is operating the shadow gov, and that Bob Enyart is very much pushing the idea that the Ramseys are involved in that murder, but it could be them just playing that against each other, chasing each other's tail type of deal. As far as Denver is concerned, this is what I heard. Denver is kind of a ideal location for potential, if Washington, D.C. or government were ever to collapse, Denver would be the next best location just because of the Rockies, its location. And another interesting thing that I've heard about Denver is that it has more witches per capita than probably anywhere else in the United States as well. Now, you can take that as kind of well, it's a hearsay, but people have mentioned that. Another thing, of course, is Denver Airport. Of course, everybody has heard about Lucifer and the murals and underground bases at the Denver Airport. I don't know if people remember this story by Phil Schneider. Phil Schneider is this guy who claimed that he met aliens underground, and there was some kind of a battle that went on under, I think it was Dulles. I don't remember, but it's just Denver seems to be kind of a hub for a lot of Freemasonic stuff. And, another thing that I want to mention is that these people, like Bob himself worked for Microsoft. He was picked up by Microsoft. And if you listen to his eulogy by Will Duffy said, well, he was writing such great articles on PC Magazine, and, and he was really railing against Bill Gates, and, Microsoft really felt they needed to pick him up. That's the excuse. But the thing is, I went through PC Magazine, and he wrote like 6 articles out of like 2-year period, where it was like, 2.5-year period, where it's like 120 some articles. I found 6 articles that was written by Bob Enyart, and none of it railed against like Microsoft or Bill Gates. And there's some other really weird stories about that eulogy, where Bob Enyart had a dinner over at Bill Gates' place, and then Bill Gates, this was before he was married to Melinda, so they didn't have any furniture in the house. It's like, why even talk about that? That was so weird. I mean, he was invited over for a dinner party, and then they have no furniture. Like, what were they just eating? Like Chinese, like standing up and like holding their cups up, because like basically that's what that story was. So there's a lot of really weird stuff going on,
Not to cut you off, and I want you to continue, but that's an unusually specific detail too. And that's usually when you're determining whether or not somebody is being genuine and honest. Usually those types of where they have unusually, just like the comment I read from one of the subscribers on this channel, is very specific, unusually specific, even with the dog barking. You know what I mean? These are things that let you know that more than likely happened. You know what I mean? The dog barking, which alerted the guys, and they came out and said, "What are you doing in here?" You know what I mean? Like that type of stuff. It just, because usually when somebody makes something up, it's cut and dry. It's this happened, this happened, this happened, this happened. And all those little details, like what furniture was in there, stuff like that. They don't point out what was unusual when something's being made up. They only try to get across whatever they're trying to get you to believe. Does that make sense?
Yeah. For me, it makes total sense. And, look, I just want to throw this out there. I respect Jaron. I respect actually Eric Dubay, and I have a lot of respect for a lot of people. And, we have probably more things in common within the community than we have not in common. So when Ryan or myself is looking into Will Duffy, it's not because we want to hurt the community. We want to protect the community, because because we know this is a huge lie. I mean, are we at that point where this is a lie or not a lie? Of course, it's a big ass lie. And then there's millions, hundreds of millions, billions of dollars, maybe trillions of dollars. I don't know how much money is involved, but I have to think a lot of money is involved in this lie. Do you think it's possible
$63 million a day, at least? But go ahead.
Yeah, well, at least, like without a doubt. But like, I mean, there's other stuff that's also happening that is messing up with our perception of this reality. But the fact is that like a couple $1 million for these guys is chump change. It means nothing to them. So for somebody to fork over like less than $100,000 to be the quote unquote final experiment, everybody here, we're not dumb people. We see things and we see through things. Yes, there are people who are maybe not quite accurate about like the model or what it is that believe in. I'm not even here to argue about that. I'm only here to tell you I don't follow a model. I have no idea. And yes, maybe I'm a baby truther compared to most of you guys. It doesn't matter. What matters is that I just care about what is verifiable, whether it's a flat earth or alternate history or something else. It doesn't matter. And to dig into Will Duffy and Bob Enyart is actually to protect the community, because these people seem like they could be dangerous. That's all.
Okay. So, and I respect that. And, I appreciate your respect for other people that do good in the community. No question that Eric Dubay does, at least wake people. Like there's no question. I'm sure that he has, with the amount of notoriety and all that stuff, he's probably been threatened. He may have a handler. Who knows what's going on with him? But he was one of the first big names in the flat earth movement itself. And then let's call it the true earth. I hate the flat. It's not flat. There's mountains and all sorts of stuff, right? It gives the wrong impression. It's topographical plane. But, Eric Dubay doesn't harm the community. The reason I'm pointing out Jaron, on the other hand, is because I can't tell you what he does that actually helps it. All he does is harm the community when he does anything. And I think that so I don't know if you know this, but when he did his GoFundMe or what have you, it was for the laser experiment and all that. I don't know. I can't remember if it was GoFundMe or Kickstarter or whatever it was. But when he did it, he listed paying off his mortgage as one of the things that he wanted to accomplish with the money that was donated. Did you know that?
No, I had no idea.
Well, so what that tells me is I'll never ask you guys for money, ever. Not anybody. I don't do this for that reason. Like Notch said, I'm not going to tell you that it's not from a selfish motivation. I'll tell you exactly what it is. I don't want to be a slave. I'm tired of being a debt slave, and I do not want my children to be debt slaves. And the only way this is going to change is if I can contribute to waking people up. It's the only proactive thing that we can do. Every time somebody wakes up, even if they teach nobody else, just it has a quantum effect on the mass of human consciousness, to where it enables the possibility of waking more people up. Just by being awake and seeing the world as it is, you help increase the frequency of human consciousness, and you help wake more people up, even if you don't ever teach anybody. But see, part of being awake is you can't help it. You can't unsee the stuff in movies. You can't unsee the stuff in society. You can't unsee any of this stuff. So it's in you. You have that spirit in you to just, that's wrong. You tell people that's wrong. Or you're watching a movie and you say, you don't see all this propaganda in this movie, right? Now, I've been awake so long now that I've actually learned to accept, and some people are just not going to wake up, and I can sit and enjoy a movie or something with them. Even though I see all of it, I know that they're not going to be receptive to what I'm going to say. So I just watch it. I've learned how to accept that not everybody's going to wake up. And that's a fact. And what sucks is some of those people might be people that you love, but they're just not going to wake up. And you have to accept it. And the faster that you accept it, the happier you'll be. But you learn how to kind of throw out test statements and test questions to see if somebody will be receptive to any kind of truth, right? And, you develop kind of an art for waking people up, is what happens over the year. And I'm sure a lot of you already know that. But here's the thing. That's why I do what I do. It's because this won't change till we get a critical mass awareness of the situation. Until we reach critical mass of awakening, this situation is not going to change. And with that being said, what I know about the law just further reinforces the flat earth situation, what I think about Jaron, what I think about Duffy and all these guys, because I know and I can prove without a doubt that the church, the papacy, is 100% behind this financial enslavement of humankind through commercial law. Okay, the Rothschilds are listed as guardians of the papal treasure on the Jewish Encyclopedia. I mean, just as a brief little switch over, I'll show you, because I have probably over 1,000 tabs open on my computer. It's probably really terrible for my computer, and my wife tells me that all the time, but yeah, whatever. So I like to have things on hand like this, right? So let's see, it should be where I was, but this is how I do stuff. You just go Control F to find it, and you go papal treasure. Okay, so right here, it talks about there was a little beef between the Rothschilds and the Catholic institution. And if you don't know that the Rothschilds control the Bank of England and the Federal Reserve, the IMF, and all these other, they don't actually, they manage them. Let's put it that way. As I'm about to show you, they manage them on behalf of the church. It says right here, it says there was a little beef between them, and the papacy tried to create its own bank, which I actually think was just a controlled opposition, false dichotomy situation to leave the Rothschilds on top. Anyways, because the small hats and the Catholics are intimately connected and work together hand in hand. But it says something analogous occurred here. Let me highlight. Something analogous occurred in England when the century-long competition of the Barings and the Rothschilds culminated in the failure of the former in 1893. By the way, this is the JewishEncyclopedia.com. But in this case, the Rothschilds came to the rescue of their rivals and prevented a universal financial catastrophe, which is your controlled opposition, false dichotomy situation. It is a somewhat curious sequel to the attempt to set up a Catholic competitor to the Rothschilds that at the present time, the latter, meaning the Rothschilds, are guardians of the papal treasure. Okay, right there's your banking connection. Bam. So basically, the Rothschilds, the central banking system is the management system of papal property, whether it be treasure, land, whatever the case may be, because it all falls under the same umbrella. Okay. Now, let's see if I have this. Check this out. I should stop showing these one page at a time when they're not videos, but this is the Treaty of Paris. For those of you who don't understand that the United States has always been an English company, but it's not necessarily English. It's registered with the Crown of England, but the King of England has only ever been, again, what essentially amounts to a property manager for the Pope in the church, right? So it tells you a little bit about this, what it was, and then we get to the actual text of it. It says, in the name of the most holy and undivided Trinity, it having pleased the divine providence to dispose the hearts of the most serene and most potent Prince George III. Well, Prince, that's weird. What do you mean Prince George, right? By the grace of God, King of Great Britain. Oh, he's the King of Britain, but he's Prince in another capacity. What could that possibly mean? France and Ireland, and he's King of France and Ireland as well, I guess, at this point in time. Defender of the Faith, Duke of Brunswick and Lunenburg. And then now this is the kicker right here. Arch-treasurer and prince-elector of the Holy Roman Empire, etc., and of the United States of America. Okay, and in this treaty is established payments on his equitable interest in the former colonial lands in perpetuity, meaning forever we are paying, right? This is all under the church. And again, Jaron Campanella has a connection directly to them. And it just so happens that now I don't have concrete evidence, but I'm just saying the circumstantial evidence is cause for investigation. That's all I'm saying. It is the fact that he never actually helps the community. He only ever is a detriment to the community. Okay, people have called him out for years on being a shill, presented evidence, and what does he do? Instead of proving his innocence, he censors it, has websites removed, right? Has things taken down, right? Launches campaigns against his opponent. This is not the actions of a innocent man trying to vindicate himself, okay? So that's just my opinion. This is all under the church. All of this is under. So in the 1820s, I forget which year specifically, forgive me, but the Monroe Doctrine was issued by President James Monroe. This was because of the secret Treaty of Verona. Now, I've shown this in previous episodes. I'd have to dig through my files, pull it up again. It's in congressional record that the Pope, the Jesuits, and the monarchies of Europe all got together and decided that popular government, meaning this constitutional republic where it's ruled by the people as a collective are the sovereign, was a threat to their power and their institutions, and that by any means necessary, they must destroy us. They sat down and they made this treaty with each other and with the church that they must destroy us because it's bad for the monarchies and it's bad for the papacy, it's bad for the banks, it's bad for everybody. It's bad for the Jesuits, everybody, right? So they must destroy us. Well, the Monroe Doctrine, if you read that, was James Monroe, president at the time. I think it was actually 1819 or something like that. I think it was 1819. It's in one of my episodes, probably about the Jesuits. Just I show it, go check it out. Anyways, President Monroe issued the Monroe Doctrine, which basically told the monarchies and the papacy that if they try to colonize anywhere on this side of the world, that we will take that as an overt act of aggression and war, and we'll go to war with them. That's how we knew what they were trying to do. President Abraham Lincoln openly stated that the Jesuits were responsible. Now, Abraham Lincoln was a tyrant and a piece of shit, okay? And it wasn't about slavery. He said if he could have preserved the Union without freeing them, he would have. It wasn't about slavery. He said that the Jesuits were directly responsible for the Civil War. He said without it, this war would not be possible without the sinister influence of the Jesuits. It has become because of them that our soil this republic soil is soaked with the blood of our noblest sons, or something to that effect, right? I tried to do it verbatim, not quite, but he knew it was the Jesuits. And when they killed Abraham Lincoln, it was a Catholic plot. Okay, so you had John Surratt, his mother Mary Surratt, John Wilkes Booth, and one other guy all got together at Mary Surratt's house and came up with this plan not to just kill Lincoln, but to kill Lincoln, Vice President Andrew Johnson, Ulysses S. Grant, and Secretary of State William Seward. Now, Ulysses S. Grant went out of town to visit a friend when his assassin came, which I think he was in on it anyway. Personally, just knowing who he was connected to and all that. But he left town. Andrew Johnson's assassin chickened out. You don't get taught this in school, but William Seward was actually almost stabbed to death by his assassin, but somehow survived. And then, of course, Abraham Lincoln was shot at Ford Theater by John Wilkes Booth. So it didn't take that long of an investigation to figure out who killed Abraham Lincoln and stabbed William Seward. They arrested Mary Surratt. They killed John Wilkes Booth, and I think they arrested the other guy. Well, John Surratt escaped into Canada and was actually hidden out by Catholic priests and then smuggled to Rome and joined the Pope's guard over in Rome. Well, this is the most wanted guy in the world because he killed the president of the United States. And so somebody recognized him as in Rome, turned him in. He was shipped back to the United States. And then he was tried, but they stacked the jury with Catholics, and it was a hung jury, and he got off. However, this country, like the people knew that the Catholics were responsible for killing Abraham Lincoln and stabbing William Seward. And we actually ceased diplomatic relations with the papacy until Ronald Reagan. And he only reopened them after he was shot. So I don't know if that has something to do with it, but I would suspect it does, because behind every single sinister thing in this world is the Catholic Church. Every single one, without exception, without question. It is. So did you know any of that, Notch? I think I said that on your show too, didn't I?
Yeah, give me a second. I have a phone call. Sorry.
No, you're good. All right, let's go back to this video. Yeah, anytime there's a Catholic involved, especially a Catholic with great influence, it does not escape the notice of the Jesuits. It doesn't. So let's get back to this. And he just so happens to be one of the leading figures in the very community that threatens their greatest lie. I just don't see it, man. I don't see him not being, and allegedly, according to some stuff I found, he's openly admitted to going to a Jesuit high school. I'm sure if somebody questioned me, he has to tell you what high school. Somebody's got to have access to this information. And I'd be willing to bet that it's a Jesuit high school. I'd be willing to bet it is. I know he was Catholic. I found that little snippet of a biography about him. It says that without him being Catholic and apparently very involved as an altar boy and the crucifix bearer, whatever you want to call that, he wouldn't be Jeranism, you know? So I don't know what you guys think of that. Tell me in the comments. I'm interested. But am I crazy? Am I making wild allegations because I see this connection and I can't let it go because I don't see it not having huge influence over this individual? Like, am I wrong? You know, you guys tell me in the comments, tell me in the chat, but let's watch a little bit more of this.
The accusations were made that Bob Enyart was involved, right? He was considered a suspect, and that's all over the place. In fact, we're going to be showing that even comedians were joking with Bob Enyart about his connection to the JonBenet Ramsey murder, right? Which we've already talked about, that the whole thing was probably a psyop
Fake.
as well. Yeah, fake.
Hoax. Nobody died. Nobody got hurt.
One crazy girl that went off on Bob Enyart. Supposedly they had some tiff at the church. And she started claiming things about him. He started claiming things about her. Next thing you know, she's actually making websites saying he killed John Benet Ramsey. Then she's going on and on for years about the fact that the government won't do anything about it. The police won't do anything about it. Well, it's because you have to have evidence.
Yeah, she went on and on for years. It couldn't be that the police wouldn't do anything about it, right? Because we know
Well,
that's
right, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, like Jaron is like, well, like if you found out that I stole $80,000 from Eric Dubay, go call the police. As if like, people who are being harassed never have thought to do that, like, oh yeah, like
right.
They did call the police and they didn't do jack shit. And then actually they were being harassed by, and yeah, there's so much documentation in regards to this of the harassment. It's like hours and hours and goes on for years, not just like months, years it goes on. And on top of that, Bob Anyard actually sent a couple of their like, the people who are members of his church, members of the Shadow Gov, actually moved to her neighbor, to her street to harass them even more. I mean, that's how bad it got. People don't really realize,
Is this a Jake Chenier or Jaron Campanella? Because I've seen some stuff.
No. This is Awake Souls guys. So there's 3 guys here. Jake, and then another guy by the name of like Zay something, and then one more guy. So they're all part of the Awake Souls people. They're harassing me to have an interview with Awake Souls, and I told them, look, they were being really rude to me, and then they're like, oh, you got to have a thicker skin. Like, I don't need to have us do anything. If I have no wish to do with anything with these guys, then I'm not going to do anything. And no peer pressure. Like, more you pressure me, less likely it's going to happen though too. I'm not the kind of person that you can just pressure me into doing something. I just don't. I'm too stubborn. I'm probably Brian similar that way though too.
I am, absolutely. And so that's the whole thing. Nobody here is butthurt, dude. I call it bullshit. This video that Jaron made did nothing but help me and help the community. When I tuned in while he was making this little video, and his own chat was attacking him, like, why are you so emotionally triggered about this? This is retarded. And I'll tell you what, this video would never have gotten as much attention as it did without Jaron. That's the only reason Awake Souls is covering it. He's not covering my video directly. He's covering Jaron's coverage of my video. That makes Jaron retarded, in my opinion. If he didn't want this information out or he didn't approve of it, there's no such thing as bad publicity, especially when I didn't do anything wrong. All I did was point out this connection. Notch went even deeper on it. There's a lot here, and his response to it is very telling, in my opinion. And that's the only thing that
even today, and like even the other videos that Jaron kind of made, he's like, jabbing at you a little bit and say, well, just because what were the words that he said exactly? It's like, oh, just because something that doesn't mean that. But he was talking about one of the videos that you made. I can't remember it right now. It's really early in the morning. But then also he kind of took a little bit of a jab at me though too, saying that, oh, Bob Anyard. Nobody said. I even at the end of my video, I said I don't know if Bob Anyard is involved with John Benet Ramsey, but it wouldn't surprise me if he did. And all the other people who were actually involved, including the parents, I think there's a lot of MK Ultra / like satanic / Masonic stuff that is actually happening, and all of that is actually connected to the Jesuits and the Catholics as well. So take it or leave it, I guess.
That's what it boils down to, and the fact that, see, that's my whole thing is like, this triggered him. My research, my community posts, the fact that he put himself on my radar. He did. He put himself on my radar with this video, with this response. And it's not because he offended me, right? It's his response is highly suspicious. He just looks stupid in this video. Like it is. It's like, what problem would you actually have with this research? You could just go, that stuff sounds pretty outlandish, but I'll look into it. Or, that is a weird connection, or, I don't believe you, but why actually go through and make a video about it, and then you know, in the way he's emotionally triggered. And obviously I didn't know that about this morning. I'm gonna have to go back and check that out. But apparently he's so triggered that he continues to take shots at anybody who's investigating this. And that's suspicious. You know what I mean?
I would have, yeah, I would have left Jaron like completely alone. I mean, I can get it. Like, you know, he has a big channel and he's got a lot of responsibility, whatever, you know, and then people like Jaron or anybody who is more famous than me, which is like just about everybody else, they get a lot of flack. I get it. You know, I'm starting to kind of, you know, show up a little bit and I'm getting a little bit of flack, and I'm sure these guys get a ton more flack than I do. But the way I would have dealt with it, and I'm not saying that this is the way to deal with it, but just take a look, you know, instead of like making a video saying like, oh, that was horrible research, or, you know, that was really whatever. Just listen and sit back and see if it's going anywhere or not. If it doesn't resonate, then, you know, nobody needs now, but now he has a kind of a defensive reaction to it. And not only once, but multiple times. Now, like, we're like raising our like ears and be like, wait a minute, why like react this way, right?
What's the thing? There was nothing in this video about Jaron. And in fact, when actually mentioning Jaron in passing as part of this final experiment, and I even defend Jaron in this video, I said, I don't think there's any, because I didn't look into him. You know what I mean? Like, if I had just looked into him a little bit, I'd see all of this trail of shit behind him, which actually makes his response make a lot more sense. But I actually said, I don't think anything's, you know, I don't think Jaron's in on this or has anything to do with this. I just think that, you know, and I said that, you know, especially having a platform with that kind of influence, given the nature of what we're discussing and how important it is to the control structure to keep it hidden, you know, it is suspicious in itself having that big of a channel without catching any flack from YouTube or from these three-letter agencies or from any of the you know, mercenary actors involved with this or anything. You know, it's like, how do you get to be at that level? But when you objectively look at what Jaron does, he helps them. That's my whole point, is like, wow. And this made me take a look at him. I'm like, damn, dude, I didn't even talk about you. I was hoping you would appreciate the research I did, because it's suspicious information and connections related to an already suspicious individual. And
you would think,
right. You would think that would be the
so.
Right. That's the rational response. No, that wasn't Jaron's response. And yeah, I mean, let's listen to him.
Evidence. Okay. I think back to Eric Dubé. How many people have come to me and said, Jaron, how come you were involved in stealing $80,000? How come you? It's because Eric Dubé posted in his forum that I stole $80,000.
We've already shared the Google search results that had you showing up as a Bitcoin scammer.
Yeah, so there was allegedly hundreds, over $100,000. It was a charge that.
Yeah, all the links, by the way, to that whole Eric Dubé thing have been scrubbed. They're dead links now, which I find interesting. You can find the forum where he talks about it, but then where he's linked the evidence, all dead links.
That somebody's wallets were robbed. And there was another kid that made a video and he was shaming Jaron, right? Saying that Jaron was a bitch and that he squirmed and that he sang like a bitch or something like that. They had some weird Jesuit battle going on. I don't know what it was, but there was clear evidence that was there that Jaron was involved in something nefarious with Bitcoin. So we're not just, Eric wasn't just throwing that out. Everything that these guys, him and Will, do the same thing. You'll hear everything that they have against them, they just try to rationalize off. The other person's just crazy, right?
That's what they try.
With zero evidence. He just posted that. But people believe it. And then they come to me and ask the questions. It's like, dipshits, if I stole $80,000, go tell the police there that Jaron was involved in something nefarious with Bitcoin. So we're not just, Eric wasn't just throwing that out. Everything that these guys, him and Will, do the same thing. You'll hear everything that they have against them, they just try to rationalize off. The other person's just crazy, right?
That's what they try.
Not sure why that happened just now, but we'll just continue. I'm not really sure what that was all.
With zero evidence. He just posted that. But people believe it. And then they come to me and ask the questions. It's like, dipshits. If I stole $80,000, go tell the police.
And he didn't get caught.
Go tell them that you know who stole it, and then let them come investigate me. That's how it works. It doesn't work that you could just steal $80,000, have your name on the internet, be talking about it, have somebody accuse you, and just be like, not worried about it at all.
Muted.
Thanks. I said it does make sense if you know that you have, if you're connected and people have your back and they're willing to scrub forums and any information related to the allegations off of the internet, as it appears to have been done to me, based on I'm not like bragging, but I have years of experience researching. I know the tricks of how to research with the keywords and where to look and all this stuff, and all I can find is dead links. That's the most suspicious thing. It's not that I can't find anything. It's that what I do find, it's all dead links, right? I did find some stuff still, and I'm going to get to it in shortly, but all dead links. And that's like, who do you know, that's willing to, I mean, you not only took the jaroncampanella.com off the internet as a live website, but you've also taken it off the internet from the Wayback Machine. You can't even find it on the Wayback Machine now. Like, what is that? Like, what, you know what I mean? Like that, that's weird, man. So just throwing that out there. Has anybody ever seen that website in the chat? Tell me. I mean, I can't see what was on it. Apparently it had a bunch of stuff exposing him and a bunch of information about a situation. I did find some stuff on archive.org, some allegations, which are interesting. And he actually, if it indeed is him, which I'm not saying that it is, but if it is, and we're going to play devil's advocate here, he says, something to the effect of, how powerful I am. And I have that actually pulled up. So you know what, why not? Because just to make sure we get to it, let me switch over to it real quick. And we're going to take a look at, I believe it's this one. It's archive.org. It was buried in the recesses of the internet. And it looks like it's a 4-page synopsis written by somebody who, okay, that's not the actual, here it's scammer extortionist, also on archive.org. And recesses of the internet situation here. So I'm going to bring this up real quick. Find this interesting. And I'm gonna zoom in quite a bit for you guys. Can you see that okay, Notch?
I can see it, yeah. It says Jaron Campanella, scammer extortionist.
Right. So it says post lies about Dr. Michael Moriarty. Yeah, and attempts to extort him for 20 Bitcoins to halt his nefarious campaign of personal defamation. Email proof of extortion blackmail. It says, after corresponding with Jaron Campanella, I received this email immediately from one Stephen Henderson. Now, I don't even know about this situation. I just know that what he implies, if this is him, in the email. And this guy claims to have, or lady, I don't know who it, well, it's Stephen probably, but says that he matched the IP addresses, which I don't see Jaron being smart enough to use a VPN to send a threatening email, because he just doesn't strike me as that type of guy. Says, after corresponding with Jaron Campanella, I received this email immediately from one Stephen Henderson. Oh, yeah, okay, so that's the name that Jaron was using. An obviously fake name. He signs off as JC and says, you know who I am. Also, his IP address in the email header is the same as Jaron Campanella. And the email, he demands 20 Bitcoin, which again fits with the whole Bitcoin stuff, or he will attempt to ruin my reputation. I have all correspondence and will happily forward them from my Gmail to anyone who is interested in learning more about this 20 Bitcoin extortion blackmail attempt. The extortionist set up a website to, I assume he means at antalize.com, in order to further tarnish my reputation, and demands money to take it down. Obviously, I am not paying. Here's the email. Hi, Michael. You know who I am. and now I know who you are. The most important thing to me is saving my home. I can string along Ricky James for a long time and just finally say that I can't help him further. I can give you weeks, but I need one of the 7 accounts sent to me at that wallet, I assume. It's a brand new wallet with no connections. I know about everything, and Ricky James will be contacting authorities when I say go. You know the power I have. See, that's what's interesting to me. If he did write this, you know the power I have, right? Campanella, big name, like I said, it is in the Catholic world, and we know he's Catholic, but I don't have any connections to which Campanella is. I guess, I should do a people search on him to see if I can find out who his father and his relatives are. In fact, that's what I'm going to do in the future. Should have thought of that earlier. I've got some pretty good people search tools. Jaron. So it says, you know the power I have, and in fact, if not for that power, Ricky James would have never sent you 125. You have 6 hours, 1800 Pacific Standard Time. I use that power and get many behind me to find you. Interesting. Or I disappear and you never hear from me or a mention of your name by me. I can start shutting down my Bitforum name. I'll quit, no longer work for the power I have. That's an interesting statement too. Again, if this is him, but that is what I suspect he is connected. He himself is not a particular genius, but I do feel like he is being managed by people who have considerable ability to clean shit up. But it is up to you. The entire scheme is quite ingenious. The Fiverr account perhaps was your downfall. Last chance. It is now 12:21, and you have until 1800. Address is above. Do the right thing by me. At least you use my power to succor other suckers. Good day, JC. So what do you think of that?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't put all my eggs in this basket, to be honest. And I've seen this before. I looked through it, and then I was kind of checking out the IP addresses. And the only issue that I have is the claim being that this Stephen Henderson or whatever sent that letter, signed it JC, which seems kind of strange that if you're going to be sending somebody an email with a different name and a different email address, right? And then you sign it with JC, you know who I am, is just like, okay, what was the whole point of you being quote unquote anonymous, I guess? And then also the claim being, and I'm just trying to be objective. I'm just trying to be fair.
Oh,
so,
I agree with you. I agree with you. Yeah.
So like my position about this, when I looked through it, is that I couldn't match the IP address from this. Let's just assume that this is all correct. Let's just assume, right? But okay. we can come up with we can come up with this just typing it out, right? We don't know. Only way to test and verify that information is if we knew ourselves what the IP address is to whomever we are trying to identify, right? And then if that IP address does match with this fake address and the original, individual's address, then there's something that we can, kind of go on. But unless we have that type of information, so it's just kind of like, circumstantial at best.
It's entirely circumstantial. And that's so what I find, what I pick out, and the way I look at stuff like this is he does have a history of being accused of Bitcoin fraud. So that's interesting. You know what I mean? This is just randomly out there. And the big thing about the power I have now, what's funny to me is I've received comments from my subscribers that have told me, hey, heads up, I was one of Jaron's Patreons, right? This is what they said to me. People can go look. It's or I'll find it and show it at some point. Said I was one of Jaron's Patreons. I just stopped being his Patreon. I guess I've never dealt with Patreon, but there's like some kind of Patreon stream you could do. And he told his people to go after me. And that's what I was told. He says, so just be careful and, keep a lookout. They're going to go after you. And that's what I was told by one of his former Patreons. Now, that by itself is not much, but then I got another one from one of his former Patreons saying essentially the same thing. So I got 2 things from people who claim to be his former Patreon. and they stopped being his Patreon because of this whole situation. And he says that he basically marked me because he has some kind of cult-like following, according to these people, right? I don't give a shit personally, right, at all, because like, yeah, I've dealt with stuff that's so much more serious than this guy could ever hope to be that I just am not even worried about it a little bit. But I did find that interesting. It's like, so this guy does believe he has some kind of power, and he alludes to this. So it's the comments I received and the fact that in this email he alludes to this. You know the power I have, and in fact, if not for that power, Ricky James would have never sent you 125. I use that power and get many behind me to find you. And that's literally, according to these people, exactly what he's attempting to do through his Patreon to me. So I'm a real thorn in this guy's side. Either way you cut it, right? If that's true. But I don't see why somebody would just randomly, or not, well, one person, sure, right? Two people, it starts to get a little bit more like, there might be something to this, you know?
Yeah, for sure.
Just kind of how I think. Then there's this other, let me see here.
And let me just say one more thing about this before we continue, and that is that there's another possibility, which is that, you know, people may have done something nefarious themselves, and they can also use like Jaren as like trying to pin that on Jaren, you know, knowing that maybe he doesn't have such a good reputation. So I try to consider all possibilities, you know, as an option. But I'm not saying that is the case. But again, like when you have multiple individuals or eyewitness accounts of saying, like, you know, there's always people that could be disgruntled with somebody because maybe they didn't get exactly what they received in terms of services. And I guess Jaren does, you know, give advice or something like regarding Bitcoin, and people might be unhappy about that. I don't know what. I don't know, you know. So like we have to just consider everything.
He has himself listed as a marriage and Bitcoin counselor on one of the websites I was looking at. Yeah, it's
okay. That's interesting.
Yeah. It's interesting, right? But no, so, and I understand your objective point of view on that, and I appreciate it. It's just that there is also the fact that you told me he's still taking little digs at me, and even you know what I mean? So obviously there is, so to believe that somebody is doing something or wants to do something to me, but wants to paint it on Jaren, actually takes more blind faith to believe than to just think that this guy has it out for me. You know what I mean?
True,
so,
true. Yeah,
you know, so usually the simplest explanation is the right one, you know, generally.
Yeah, Occam's razor type
Occam's
of thing.
Razor, yes, absolutely. So that's why I find that interesting. This other one I found on him, somebody took the time to write out this 4-page discourse on him on archive.org. I mean, it's yeah, and he kind of, it looks like, so I'm going to show this real quick. We're going to kind of breeze through this and we'll get back to the other video. I find it highly suspicious, his Catholic connections anyways, and especially with his last name, and I will be looking into his family connections. I don't know why I didn't think about it before. Honestly, I just started a new job with a better company than the one I was working before, and it's been a little bit of a transition, so I've been a little distracted the last week or so, but I'm definitely going to do that. Let's see here. So we're going to stop screen. And present this one. All right. So we're going to have to definitely zoom in quite a bit here. So let's see if we can do that. So this person says that, now this is just slander, a lot of this, but he tries to use some factual basis for his slander, and he doesn't write as an unintelligent individual, so that's what caused me to take a look at this. Now I disagree with some of the stuff in here in general, as far as this person's obviously zealous in their views on spirituality and stuff like that. I personally have my own views on spirituality, and I do believe the Bible is the inspired word. I do. I just think that there's many layers to it that also apply to other systems of spirituality that kind of makes it like the most complete story that's been told in every culture, is my view on it. You could disagree with me, you could agree with me. It's just my own personal experience. But when you know how to read it through the lens of duality, dichotomy, yin yang situation, but that's for another show. I've done shows on that if you guys want to go look at it. Anyway, it says Jainism is a Marxist. He pushes occultism, Hinduism, Kabbalism. The guy accuses him of being a small hat, says he's anti-Catholic regardless of what he says, which I don't agree. But Jaron is a huge hypocrite and very dishonest, willfully ignorant, blah, blah, blah. Let's get to that's basically just a bunch of slander. It says many of us started following Jaranism because of his good, high-quality research until about 2018 or so, and personal charm, which is fucking funny to me, but that comes through when he talks. His cause of flat Earth is admirable because all non-biased experiments and observations point to a motionless, flat geometry for the Earth, of course. Only those with an obvious conformist bias to the unproven ideas of those such as Copernicus, Galileo, Newton, Einstein, Hawking, Hubble, and all those in between are against this. Their theories are more like fantasies based on abstractions, assumptions, and other fallacies. That's true. Many of these scientism adherents have murky occult-laced backgrounds as well. More on that later for sure. So let it be said that this writer is not against Jaranism because of his flat earth and creationist beliefs. Although I will say that these videos pre-18 are only good for the debunking of video-based deceptions, and these videos and deception through modern technology. That's what he says, i.e. plane routes, etc. One is best reading Robothams, Gleasons, Windships, and Carpenters. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. One problem with Jaranism is that he is anti-religious and in particular is constantly attacking Catholicism, which would be perfect controlled opposition if that is the truth. I understand that he claims to be from a Jesuit high school. See, that's interesting to me. Does anybody have any information on what the name of the high school this man went to? Like, if you do, please put it in the chat or the comments if you watch this after the live. It's damn near. I even tried to have ChatGPT look for his high school, which it just scours the available information, and it says that it's not widely available, but it wouldn't give it to me. That's what it said. It didn't say it wasn't available. It says it's not widely available, and it wouldn't give it to me. So, So, anyways, he says, he went to a Jesuit high school, and I also understand that modern Jesuits are pretty much nothing more than a bunch of rascals subverting traditional Catholicism wherever they are. They have been expelled multiple times and by multiple popes only to come back again, and this has been a blight on the church for centuries. So I'm going to assume this writer's Catholic. And of course, the Judeo-Masonic Marxist infiltration and subversion since at least Vatican II has weakened the church immensely. That's true from my research. I don't necessarily think that the papacy was always completely evil until Vatican II. Now, like ever since Vatican II, it's been nothing but a institution of enslavement for sure. There's no other way to put it. All Vatican II popes, prelates are part of this. The Jesuits are subverted from within, probably small hats long ago. This is the MO of Judaism, whatever. However, to judge a whole religion based off only one's very limited, narrow personal experience of individual wolves in shepherd's clothing is not just and shows a built-in bias of willful ignorance and agenda. The doctrine is separate from bad individuals' movements. When is this guy going to get to the actual meat of... Now, as Jaranism's channel, right here I am, became more popular in the community, I noticed that those of obvious small hat ancestry started to invade. Names like Weiss, Stein, and others have somehow easily become entrenched in the Jaranism flat earth clique. A little too easy. I'm sure this is actually a suspicion that some of my audience members hold. I personally, I'm sure Weiss is connected. Like, just given the interview with Notch, like I was listening to him, and you guys got to cut Notch a break. He did a great job interviewing him. He asked him tough questions. It's much easier when you're sitting outside of the box to think of things than it is when you're in the middle of the interview. I'm sure if Notch rewatches his own interview, he's going to think of things he should have asked, right? Is that true?
Yeah, but the time was limited, and actually, I got more time out of David than I was supposed to. Usually, he doesn't do 2-hour interviews. He does about 1 hours.
No, I remember you said that at the end. Yeah, you thanked him for it.
Yeah, and then we went for like 2 hours and 15 minutes. And some of the questions, and I'll be very frank with you guys. Like we had a little bit of an exchange in our emails, and then Dave suggested that, hey, why don't you ask me some of these questions? And I'm not going to name all the questions that he asked me to ask him, but and there were some of the more heavy ones, I guess. And then I asked him, like, are you okay if I asked you these questions? And he said, yeah, ask me whatever you want. So I got completely green light with Dave because he said that he has no secrets. And there were some things that Dave said. I mean, there's a couple things that I don't agree with Dave at all. I mean, like, it's clear there are photos of like moon and the sun like below clouds and going through clouds and stuff like this. Like, how can it be like 3,000 miles above when we have a lot of photos of that and videos of that? So that's one thing. And then another thing that he kind of said was about, well, Jaron makes no money, and but like he was talking about how much like not money that he doesn't make and stuff like this. And then and then I asked him, like, but you just said that you don't know how much he makes, and then you mentioned that then how do you know that he's not making enough? Like, how can you say anyway about it, really? And then
that was a very suspicious thing to say, not to cut you off, but that was a weird thing to say. And the fact that my own research, the one website that used to be a link to his net worth and everything on the wiki famdom, is now a broken link. If anybody wants to go look, or I can show you guys in a minute. It doesn't say that it doesn't exist. It just says that it experienced an unknown error, and it doesn't connect. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Like, I don't really care. Like, like I said, like, I don't judge a man by how much money he has, or I judge a man by what he does with his money. That's just me. And when I had my personal conversation with Jaron, he was happy that I didn't judge Will Duffy because he was a millionaire. Actually, I don't know if Will Duffy is a millionaire. He's got so many litigations and lawsuits going on. Like, who knows what kind of situation he really is in. But as far as Jaron is concerned, and I'm just talking about Dave and he's like, well, he's only making $30,000 a year, and I can't tell you if that's a lot of money or not a lot of money based on his standard of living. And then Dave said, well, like, even if he made $100,000 a year, that's a lot of work for $100,000, and that started to make me a little bit suspicious. Like why make that kind of a jump? So I don't know. I didn't really fully understand what he meant by that.
Well, and yeah, and it was just weird when he brought it up unprovoked, and that's the whole thing. And it's because subconsciously, I feel like Dave Weiss knows that he's financially not Dave himself. Well, I'm sure Dave is, but he doesn't need it from his YouTube and stuff because he got it through his company and all that stuff. I'm sure he makes money, whatever. I have his app. His app is cool. I've seen people put that it could be a low-key like tracking app to get all of us that are basically non-programmable and the glitch in the matrix type, which, I mean, honestly, it could be, and he has to accept that fact. Like, yeah, of course it could be that, right? Especially when your company's doing business with the Clintons and stuff like that. There's obviously a government control structure connection there. For sure there is, right?
Right.
Yeah. He comes across as sincere, and he truly does. But he also gives me the impression of a man who knows what to talk about and what not to talk about. And he'll stay away from certain subjects for sure. When it comes to Jaron, I feel like he likes Jaron personally, but he also knows, So here's the thing with Jaron, like with the mortgage thing, putting the mortgage on the Kickstarter, whatever it was, GoFundMe, I don't know what the exact thing is, but like saying, oh, and to pay off my mortgage or whatever, like that right there is like, it's like if I came to you guys and I was like, hey, I need to pay rent this month. No, I only do one show a week because I make my own money. That's what, you know, I don't want to become dependent on my community of fans. That wouldn't be, that's just not what I'm in it for. Do you know what I mean? Like, if you guys want to do something, then that's on you. And I appreciate it, of course, but he is overtly like everything about him is financially motivated when it comes to his involvement in the truth community. What I want out of the truth community and what anybody else in the truth community should want out of what they're doing when they have a channel, especially when it starts to gain influence, is to be free of slavery. And you should only have a channel if you've come to the realization that the only way we're going to be free is if everybody realizes what's going on. That's the only way we're going to be free. The title of this video is World War III, War of Information, and that's what it is. And this right here, while it exists and before it's completely censored, is the front line of the battlefield. That's what this is. This is the front line of the battlefield right here. Okay? It's not physical violence. It's intellectual violence that's taking place. And this war has claimed and continues to claim many, many lives, especially since recently, for reasons that we all know. It was misinformation that causes people to go and get a specific thing that ends up in a mortal fate, basically, right? So you know, that's how serious this is. It's information. People are living, my people perish for lack of knowledge, right? Well, that's literally taking place right now and has never been more true. But he is more concerned about, and the only reason I'm being careful about what I say right now is because I want this to reach people. Okay, I don't care about monetization or if I get a strike or if my videos get taken down. But the last one they tried to take down, and if it is still up, the only reason I believe it's still up is because other people are covering it. And if they take it off my channel, it doesn't really matter. Now Awake Souls has it on their channel. Other people have it, you know what I mean? So it's, I think that's the only, but here's the thing. If it gets taken down, it's not going to reach anybody. It'll stay up on Rumble. But you know, let's be honest, YouTube is where all the newbies come, right? Newbies come to YouTube. They want to learn about something. They're going to look on YouTube. They don't really know about Rumble or BitChute or Odyssey or any of these other alternative streaming platforms. And that's why this is one of the main battlegrounds. So financially,
I agree. I mean, like,
go ahead. Are you there?
I'm sorry to cut you off, but yeah,
No, you're
but
good.
I was just saying that I agree with everything you just said, and you know, like it's a combination of things. We want to be very pure with the information that we share, but at the same time, we do want to reach people, and we know we're not going to be able to reach people if we're being censored left and right, and we are already. I'm shadow banned. You're shadow banned. A lot of decent channels are shadow banned, and you know, I got like 1,600 subs. You got like, you know, 800, 900 subs. I don't know exactly, but I mean, it's not huge numbers. You know, it's not. It doesn't really compare to, you know, 100,000, 150,000 subs. But the truth of the matter is, though, like, you got like 5 to 10% of your subs listening to you, like right now, when you have 50 to 100 people coming to your live. That means there is like a genuine organic like movement in my mind. You know, you could be a channel with 100,000 subs and go live, and then you get like 100 people. You have like, you know, like less than 1%. It's like 0.1% of your sub count that's actually coming to your channel, comparing to somebody who has like anywhere between 5 to 10% of the subs coming to their channel. That means the people who are subbed are interested and they're on top of it. And you know, and I do find the people who are very active in the community to be very potent as well. You know, they have very good what is that, like reputation and character and intelligence, a combination that is actually going to take the individual and the community far. Now, are there people who are out there kind of saying willy-nilly stuff, and they're kind of, like they don't know what they're talking about? Of course there are, but like I think what it comes down to, though, is just like we're all accountable, and we hold each other accountable. Nobody's exempt. I don't care if you're a channel with like 1,000 subs or 100,000 subs. Everybody can be held to be to a higher standard, and we should. That's what we should. Nobody should be afraid. Like, I don't want to be a sycophant and like kiss up to somebody. It's like, oh my God, it's Dave Wise. He's a flat Earth king, and we gotta just like kiss his feet and kiss his butt and stuff like that. No, let's just be honest, and actually being honest with each other in a polite way. I would say is a way to make everybody be better. That's just my opinion, though.
No, and when it comes to Dave Weiss, I'm going to address this question that virtual reality witness just asked. Actually, I didn't know about this, but first thing I want to say is Dave Weiss is probably used to people kissing his ass, but he also, so it was a combination between a little bit of irritation, but also appreciation that you weren't kissing his ass and you were asking him some tough questions. You know what I mean? Like, and you actually disagree with him and you're like, no, wait, what about this? You know what I mean? And that is what we need to see out of everybody when it comes to, I don't care what your status is. I don't care how many subscribers you have, and I don't care how long you've been. When there's some things that don't add up and people have questions about it, and you're always going to have haters. You brought that up about Jaron. Well, the funny thing about that is my video wasn't even hating on Jaron. It wasn't hating on anybody. It was bringing up some interesting stuff that I found, some suspicious stuff that I found about an already suspicious person's situation. I was bringing it to the public forum, which obviously it took hold at least a little bit and is in the public mind now. And that's what's interesting about Jaron is that it wasn't even about him, and he should be used to any kind of hating, you know what I mean? Because he's such a big platform. To focus on mine is weird. But no, you asked Dave Weiss some pretty tough questions, and you got to the bottom of it. You asked what your subscribers were asking you to ask him, which is obviously so they could interview vicariously through you. And that's a big, that's a huge thing. And honestly, he handled it well. He didn't respond in a defensive manner. He welcomed it. He asked for more. I don't know him. I'd like to ask him some tough questions about his previous associations if he ever gave me the opportunity. I like him. He seems genuine, but like I said, he seems like a guy who knows what lines he can cross and which ones he can't. And that is what it is. He does nothing but good for the community from what I can see. And, and I thought the interview was great. Now, as far as this question is concerned about Paul Enslaved, this is an insect that I didn't know was still buzzing around. That's pretty interesting, though. I actually used to like him until I seen what he took his influence and did with it. The way that he asserted his rights with the cop that initially made him famous, I thought it was awesome. That's exactly how you're supposed to handle that. That's what I advocate on my channel is lawful noncompliance. But then he created like this cult with his influence. And then I can't even remember now. He's so insignificant to me, but somehow he got beefed out. And I basically told him, like me, I'm a no nonsense type of guy. And, I've changed over the last couple of years. This was a while back. We're always changing. Nobody is the same person they were yesterday. When you stand in a river, within a second, you're no longer the same person and it's no longer the same river. You know what I mean? It's just how it works. But I basically made a video telling him, well, if you really feel so strongly about me, this is how people handled stuff in the old days. And I basically did a video on how Alexander Hamilton was shot to death by Aaron Burr because they had a disagreement. And I told him, hey, if you want to handle this, we can handle it. And, like we both are for freedom and sovereignty and whatever. And I think that it was a little too real for him. And he kind of backed off.
Are you talking about a duel?
I'm talking about some
duel?
Something similar, yeah. Not like to the death.
Who was not satisfied? Because back in the day, like people would say something to the effect of like, "I seek satisfaction." For example,
well, no, it's an honor. It's an honor thing, and that's what was actually admirable about the way things used to be, in my opinion. You know, so the story behind Alexander Hamilton and Aaron Burr, Alexander Hamilton was at a dinner party and was trashing Aaron Burr's reputation. And Aaron Burr caught wind of it and challenged him to a duel and said, you know, if you feel that strongly about me, why don't you, let's see how strongly you feel. Let's stand behind it. And the point is, we were so free in this country back then. This was like they created a contract between two men that they both agreed to duel for honor. And one, you know, walked away and one didn't. And that's just how it worked, you know. And that's why people had more respect back then and were more careful with their words. And that was basically the message I was trying to get across to Paul. You know, it's like, you know, you're only talking like this because you're a keyboard warrior, you know, because that's one thing. Paul's that's what he would do within his cult is pick on people. And it's basically nothing but bashing, slandering, and bullying certain people. And that was the entire show of every single show was just him talking shit to people. You know what I mean? So, and like it just rubbed me the wrong way. And it's like, and then he tried to turn that on to me with his little cult. And I was like, look, dude, I don't play that shit. You know, if you feel that way, you know, you think that you know, you're trying to trash my reputation, my honor. And, you know, this is how it was when we were free. You stand on your rights. You got away with driving without your license and was able to film it and it blew you up and all that stuff. Let's be free, you know, but I'm not saying it was right. And, you know, I'm not saying that I'm still that type of person now. I mean, I'm not afraid to do what I have to do when I have to do it, but I don't seek it out. You know, he just really pissed me off. And you get what I'm saying? And
I hear you.
Yeah. So, and that was that situation. For the record, Aaron Burr was considered ungentlemanly because he was caught practicing before the duel, which was something you're not supposed to do.
Right.
But yeah, he gut shot Hamilton, and Hamilton died a very slow death. And then when you talk about satisfying, Hamilton was one of the biggest scumbags this country's ever seen. He was a banker agent. He was born in like the Caribbean, I believe it was. He was kind of like a poor kid or whatever. He was extremely bright, and he was taken under the patronage of wealthy bankers in England. And of course, when we hear about him in our history, he was the one promoting a central bank in our country and working directly on behalf of the Rothschilds. So when Aaron Burr killed him, Aaron Burr wasn't necessarily a great dude either, but it's kind of like the trash taking out the trash. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Poetic justice, I suppose.
Right. Poetic justice. So to answer your question, virtual reality witness, that is what I think about that. I really don't care what that guy has to say. He's insignificant. He's not nearly as bright as one would think he was when you watch the video, only because of what he uses his influence for. And I tried to tell him that. It's like, and I said that in my video that I made to him. I said, if you just use, you know, you got a couple thousand subscribers, however many subscribers, if you just use the influence you got to teach people what you did to get the influence in the first place, that's a huge step towards what we're trying to accomplish. And I think that's what pissed me off the most about him. You know what I mean? What a waste.
Yeah. I just don't pay any. I mean, I was following him last year, and I've been on the panels with him, but I saw the way he behaved, and yes, I mean, like there are a lot of things that I do agree with him about freedom and rights and common law, stuff like this, but his behavior is just out of this world. I mean, what else to say? So I unsub and ignore, and that's what I do with people that I don't really, you know, and like a lot of channels, you know, maybe they have 100% truth. I don't know. I don't know of any channel that is like 100% truth myself, but they could have a lot of the truth out there. But just because that's the case, but I don't really agree with their approach, then it just kind of starts to, you know, I don't really look at that, and I can't really respect it, you know. So I don't know. It's just the way I operate, and people might judge me and say, "Well, I'm butthurt and stuff like this." Like I agree with Paul on a lot of stuff, but I just don't like the way he approaches, you know, his way he conducts himself with other people. That's just me, though.
No, I agree with you 100%. And you know, and ultimately that's what it comes down to, is just don't give attention to people like that. He doesn't really have enough influence to actually do any damage to the community or to, you know, people pretty much see what he's about pretty quickly. And I highly doubt he's changed. Like I said, this was over has to be like a year and a half ago. I don't even remember now that I had this little tiff with him. But when it comes to people like who we're discussing right now, these are people that actually affect the entire community, you know. And it's not just Jaron. And I know I've been kind of focusing on Jaron tonight, but it's also other people, like people who are interested in law and understanding, which everybody should be interested in law. There's the sanitized story about when James Madison was asked what type of government is it that we've been given. He says a republic if you can keep it. And then there's another story that you can find where he says, you know, what type of government is it that we've been given? And James Madison says a republic if you can keep it, which sounds to me like a challenge, but that's just how I took it from the first time I read it. And then George Washington standing nearby said, in order to keep it, every man must know the law. So everybody should be learning the law in the same way that everybody should be learning and interested in where they live, because these are the two most important things that affect us on a daily basis. In every aspect of our lives, it actually has a profound effect on you. And in that, in the arena of law, Anna von Reitz, David Lester Straight, they're two of the biggest gatekeeping shills. David Lester straight up tells people, like, I kind of respect his swagger. Like, he tells these guys, yeah, I used to work for the CIA, but now I have all of a sudden decided to help you get free. You know, like, shut the fuck up, dude. Are you kidding me? And the stuff that he says is just enough to tell you like how it should be, but he doesn't tell you how he got to where he is. And I used to listen to both of them. Anna von Reitz, she's got a 50% accuracy in her case law sightings. So if you get any information from these people, you have to go and verify it yourself. And this is my point is, this is one of the most effective weapons they have against the truth community, for lack of a better term, is controlling the people that have the most influence. And think about how easy it is to give these people this influence, right? Like,
Yeah.
they have the connections, they have limitless money. They just print it based on a mortgage of your property rights. They just fucking print this shit. It's your slave tickets is what they are. Debt notes are your slave tickets. They just print them, and they can give anybody any amount of slave tickets to get them to do what they want. And that's how it works. And they're like, okay, we're going to make sure the leaders of each of these communities are our people. You know what I mean?
Well, and also the fame that goes along with it. I mean, like, you know, if you look at the entertainment industry, I mean, they're not necessarily that talented or whatever, but they're just willing to lick boot, and they sign the contract, and they can make them sound in any which way, and you know, they can just promote the shit out of people, right? And same with YouTube. You know, people get shadow banned. But other channels can get a lot of promotion. Like 10 years ago, you can easily find, like, you know, any kind of flat earth content, really, very easily. But now
Whoop, you cut out. Are you there?
This person that's going to come up is like Professor Dave. You know, like, look at the first 20. Yeah. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. We must have a little bit of a delay. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a delay, but I'm just saying, like, now you search for flat earth, you know, you're going to get Professor Dave and McToons, you know, for your top 20, 30 searches on YouTube. You know, good luck trying to find actual flat earth content, level earth content out there.
Well, you know, and here's another thing, and this is the way they get them too. The whole monetization system is how they trap people, you know. And what I mean by that is, so like, if your channel blows up and you get to say 167,000 subscribers, and you have enough influence to create all these different, like, say, you know, private memberships, Patreon, you got all this stuff going on, right? Generally people get to this, and this is how, you know, I'm not saying that everybody that has and does those things are, you know, controlled op or anything. Like, I'm not saying that at all, because definitely, here's the thing, the reason that I monetized my channel, I made it so that people, if they want to donate, they can, is because we put a lot of hard work into research. And if you appreciate it and it helps you, and you know what I mean, that's why not? There's like literally thousands of hours that go into this. However, I would never, no matter how big my channel got, I would never ever quit working or quit or make it so I don't have a sustainable stream of income through my own efforts, because that's how they get you. Once you get to the point that Jaron's at or somebody else, Jaron don't work. This is Jaron's job, right? Dave Weiss, that's his job. All these guys, it's their job. So they have to toe a specific line. Otherwise, they become demonetized. That's them getting fired. Yeah, you can put whatever stuff you want out there, and we're going to demonetize you. Then what are you going to do? You're going to be poor. You're going to have to go to. That's how they get these guys, the golden handcuffs, right? That's why anybody who makes this their primary source of income makes me a little suspicious, because I know what it takes to stay on YouTube. It's the way I'm dancing around certain subjects tonight, and that's not truth. You know what I mean? That's not the way that you spread truth. You can use keywords and stuff like that, but it's not, because they're going to make, if you put something out there, if I put something out there that's so damaging, which I think the only reason they don't take my law videos down is because they know most people don't understand what the hell I'm saying. And that's the big difference between flat earth and law too, is they're both equally as important, and they're both interconnected, because you have to be separated from your creator to become a communist. You just do. It's a fact.
Right.
But they know that law is hard for a lot of people to understand, because it's a whole different language and foreign concept, something they've never been taught. And it takes a while to develop an understanding and be able to wrap your mind around the way that works. Flat earth, on the other hand, is pretty fucking simple, right? Like, no curve, no ball. You've been lied to on a massive scale, on the biggest scale in the history of the world. You have been lied to and misled from the time you were a child on up, and the entirety of society is designed around this false information. And that's something that anybody can easily understand quickly if they just open their mind up to it. And the effects of that understanding are just life-changing. You can't turn back for it. That's one thing Dave Weiss, I was watching, I don't know if you caught his interview with Roseanne.
I did not know.
It was good. It was good. And Roseanne, there's another one that she's kind of been shunned by the industry, but she knows what to talk about and what not to talk about. And I'm not saying she's not controlled. I'm sure that they have a handle on her because of her influence, but she tries to do what she can, and that's what I'm getting at with this, is as long as you're not detrimental to the community, you only help and improve it. You know what I mean? Not everybody's in a position to be able to expose everything. But with that being said, he did say this. He said that, 9/11 or the recent situation, or, any of these events, the fact that we provoked Japan into attacking us in World War II, and that President Roosevelt knew that Japan was going to attack us and did nothing because he wanted to enter World War II, and all that stuff that you can point out and you can prove to people that the Gulf of Tonkin incident was a hoax, and that Jim Morrison's dad was complicit in making sure we entered the Vietnam. You can tell people this, and then it's not going to change them. It's not going to change their lives. And then if they're not awake, or they don't want to be awake, they're going to go right back to what they were doing. Within a short amount of time, it might shock them. They might go, wow, that's amazing information, but then they're going to forget about it. But when you understand that you've been lied to about where you live, and that there is a hoax being perpetrated on that scale, nobody forgets that. Nobody can just get that out of their mind. And I agree with him on that, and that's the big thing. That's why flat earth is the only subject that they actively shadow ban to the extent that they do. You know what I mean? Probably underneath this video, when it's published, is going to be the little disclaimer of, flat earth is an archaic concept of
with Wikipedia.
The Wikipedia shit, right? Like, that's a trusted source. Yeah. Right. So, and that's the thing. Jaron is detrimental. People like David Lester Straight, Anna Von Reitz, they're detrimental to the movement. Dave Weiss may have some shady past connections, being the lineage he comes from, and how, where he was at and the contracts he had in the business world, probably true, but I don't see where he's detrimental to the movement. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. But I mean, they are friends, and they do kind of support each other, for better or for worse. And,
No, I
like,
agree. Yeah. I'm sure Dave's not going to
yeah,
like this
and
video.
no, but like as far as like Roseanne is concerned, also I've heard her say, she signed the contract with the devil. I don't know if she has rebuked that at all, but like I just have very little trust of anybody who's on TV. When I asked, Dave this question about like we were talking about shills and can he really name anybody who he believes is a shill, and he was being a little bit reserved. I think like I would name myself like Alex Jones as a shill, as an example, or like David Icke. These are big names. A lot of people have heard of them, and I'm like, okay, these guys are like so-called truthers, but they never talk about the flat earth, and they don't talk about common law and stuff like this. Like they talk about some light stuff. It's just kind of like, oh, the frogs are turning gay, and then everybody's got to be all get up in an uproar because of that. But no, I mean, we got to get up in an uproar because we're being lied to about everything, like the shape of the earth and the law, how money works, all the stuff that is actually most fundamental to your livelihood is controlled, right? And that's what people need to come to an understanding of.
Right. Absolutely. I agree with you. And there are like obvious shills. David Icke puts out good information and then leads you astray. Alex Jones used to put out good information. Now he just pretty much is 100% dedicated to leading you astray. And there's always things they don't talk about that we know to be taken for granted in the truth community. That these are the people behind this, the small hat community and the Jesuits primarily. And it's primarily the Jesuits are the top dogs. And there's one organization that have you ever heard that come out of Jaron's mouth other than to say he went to a Jesuit high school?
Not myself. I don't listen to him that often. Like I listened to him back in like 2015 or 16 and for a couple of years, and then I kind of veered off for a number of years, and then this recently I've kind of taken another interest in him. And that's not to say like Jaron doesn't do good work or what, you know what I mean. It's just that I go to the things that I'm interested in. I know the earth is flat, so I don't need to continuously know the earth is flat.
No. Yeah, 100%. And that's why I don't dedicate my channel to that as much as I do the law, because I feel like that's, once you know it, you know it. And there's enough good work being done on that front. But that's kind of what I'm getting at, though. Even if he does like that's usually the sign of a shill to me. So maybe he has said, I don't watch him 100% of the time, right? And maybe he has said the Jesuits, and he probably has. I mean, that's the whole thing. If he hasn't, that would be ridiculously suspicious. But that should be your focus when you have that kind of influence. That type of if I had 160 something thousand subscribers, that's all my focus would be. Here are your controllers right here. Now we have enough just with the people subscribed to my channel to where if we all know this and we practice lawful noncompliance and we, and we move on this and we remove these people. Like if I was to ask you, Notch, what would you do if you wanted to change this country for the better or the world for the better, right? What would you do to make that happen? As far as like what would you eliminate from society?
The 16 million like useless laws. We don't need 16 million useless laws for one thing, and then make money great again by getting rid of the central bank that we're borrowing money from, and less government involved with businesses, like tax. It's okay, like like sales tax and stuff like that, but not in the form of the IRS income tax. I would totally get rid of that and get out of debt. Get rid of this whole debt system that we're in. So that will be some of the things that I can think of.
And in my opinion, that's exactly right. But the things that are focused on, you're definitely not wrong, because those are all the problems. But when I look at it, because of my study of law, getting rid of those things would be like chopping heads off a hydra, right? And they just grow back. We need to get rid of the hydra. And the hydra is the bar association itself. Like I told you on your show the other night, there was never a bar association in this country till the mid 1800s. 1860s is when the American Bar Association was created. And then before that, only 1 or 2 states had a bar association. They did not have a monopoly and control over the court system, right? It wasn't until the 30s and 40s that the bar actually became so deeply entrenched via the bankruptcy, because that's what they are. They're equity attorney. They're merchant attorneys. And when we started using debt notes instead of gold certificates and silver certificates as money, the entire system was able to be switched over to commercial law, because it's all the interpretation and enforcement of contracts. Every dollar you spend is not actually a dollar. It's a misnomer. It's a Federal Reserve note. And that Federal Reserve note is a contract. So everything down to the most simplest, purchasing a candy bar at the store for $1.50 is a contractual interaction right there. It's what it is, because everything becomes contract, and they had to make it that way so they could insinuate themselves into our society and make it so that they're the gatekeepers of our society, of our law, and of our government, and of everything. So the Bar Association, number 1 on my list, get rid of it. And the Bar Association were the ones who created the legislation that allowed the Federal Reserve central banking cartel to be implemented in this country. So you have, boom, as soon as you get rid of the bar, you got rid of the cause of the central banking system. Now get rid of the central bank, right?
Yeah.
And then one of the biggest things that we did to shoot ourselves in the foot was the freedom of religion thing, right? Most religions are harmless. There are a couple that are not, right? And that are governments unto themselves, like the Caliphate and the Catholic Church. And those are actually political bodies they have political power. Like everybody looks at the Pope like he's just some religious leader. He's not. He is the leader of a state called the Holy See.
He's a general. Yeah, he's a general.
Right. So he's the leader of the Holy See, which has observer status in the United Nations. He is a political leader. And that's the whole thing. You can't have a president who's Catholic. You can't. You can't have any kind of leader who's Catholic, because their first and foremost duty is to that institution above you.
Well,
right?
yeah, and that same thing can be said about Freemasons, though, too, because they serve Freemasonry above the religion. You know, that religion becomes kind of like a cover, but Freemasonry becomes actually more of it's above that hierarchy. You know, that totem pole. Right. And then they could be a Christian or a Jew. It doesn't matter. That's a good cover. But then, once you go into the lodge, everybody is a Freemason,
Well, see, the interesting thing about that is that the Freemasons were actually infiltrated by the Jesuits. So I had said this on your show the other night. Adam Weishaupt was a professor of canon law, and he was a Jesuit. And there is no such thing as an ex-Jesuit. So he didn't leave the Jesuits to become a Mason. I actually listened to like an 8-hour podcast over, I think it was like a week ago, on the correspondences that were confiscated by the Bavarian Authority regarding the Illuminati, and sort of like got a peek inside the mind of Adam Weishaupt. And that institution, I mean, the guy was brilliant, and I do respect his brilliance for sure, but incredibly nefarious in the way that they understand how to manipulate societies. He understood how to manipulate societies, how to structure a secret order in such a way that you could not only get like blind loyalty where people would die for you, but you also protect the institution itself by compartmentalizing the knowledge. I mean, this guy he was unreal. And that's also how you know that that organization is a real organization. But he created that the Illuminati everybody associates with Masonry, which, don't get me wrong, there is a lot of corruption in Masonry for sure, but the order, the corruption stems from the Jesuits, the Jesuit order having infiltrated that organization, and then now use that as the blanket sacrificial goat for all of their actions. Everybody, blames the Masons. The Masons run the world. The Masons run this. And what it does is it keeps the spotlight off of the Jesuits. It's brilliant. It's brilliant, 100%. But, and that's the big thing. And this all goes back to the same control structure. Now, like, we could speculate who's above the church. I mean, no human thought of any of this. Like, how could you snow the whole world over into not knowing where they live and what they live on? You know what I mean? Like, just to be able to implement something like that, to have the knowledge and the ability to make that happen.
Yeah.
I personally am of the opinion it's not human.
No. I 100% concur. I mean, like, they talk about the jinns, the jinns over there in Muslim countries, right? Like, that's, some people say that the word genius comes from jinn as well, right? And genealogy, stuff like this. So I think that, that's like the original artificial intelligence, you can kind of say. That's what the jinn is, and they do all these kind of like rituals to be a conduit. And one of the podcasts that I was listening to, like, a lot of these people who are very much involved in these like technology companies or companies with defense, they're like high level witches. Like, you almost have to be a high level witch, warlock, and that allows you like a ticket to become a CEO of these, like, defense contract companies and such, and it's like, wow, you the thing that I'm thinking about is like, Jack Parsons, right? And
Yes,
he
I was
got
just
involved
thinking.
with like jet propulsions and stuff like this. And the whole bar thing that you were talking about before just reminds me of the movie Devil's Advocate, where the devil is like,
Yes.
he's got a firm, and then, like, why the firm? It's like, because that's the back door to everything, Kevin.
No, that right there, the devil's advocate, is a truth in plain sight. I've said for years that if Yeshua was a carpenter, then the devil is a lawyer for sure. Like, knows how to, like, basically they lawyer themselves out of karma, like Mark Passio says, if that's why they tell you what they're doing, because your silence is consent. And that's a law. Like, that's a universal law. Silence is consent. If you don't object to it, then you consent to it. That's the only two options that there are. And so they tell you everything that they're going to do. And it's Mark Passio. He says, if I'm selling apples and I've got a sign that says apples, but I poison the apples and you eat one, I murdered you. But if I'm selling apples and I poison them and I have a sign that says poison apples and you come up and eat one, you killed yourself. I didn't do. What do you mean?
Right.
I told you what I was selling. You came up and bought it. That's your business, right? And that's how these people look at it. It's that satanic escaping karma type of thing. That's why I will never drink liquid death, because I believe them. I believe them. You don't have. It's right on the can. It's got a skull and everything. Liquid death. I believe you. I believe that's liquid death. I'm not going to drink it. You know what I mean? Because that's exactly their advertising ploy. That's how that's why they put stuff in movies and all that stuff. So devil's advocate, absolutely. Now, the Bar Association itself is interesting, because the Bar Association is controlled by the four inns of court. That's the Inner Temple, the Middle Temple, Lincoln's Inn, and Gray's Inn. Okay, and those are located in the unincorporated district of London, or I don't know if that's the proper term. It's the sovereign district of London, the part of London that through the Magna Carta is not subject to any other.
The city of London. The city
power.
of London.
But it is, but it's not the city though. It's just like a small portion of the city. It's the
No. But
Yeah.
it's called City of London.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
So there you go.
It's a square mile within London. It's called City of London.
So it's the part of London that's controlled by the crown and not the crown of England. It's the papal crown.
Yes, the Queen needs a permission to enter the city of London. You know, it's a city state.
Right, and that
That
all
and the
comes from the
Washington
Magna
D.C.
Carta.
and the Vatican. Yeah.
Yep. And so the foreigns of court are in the old Templar building. So like I was telling you on your show the other night, you know, if you look up Esquire, all lawyers are Esquire, right? So, well, first of all, the foreigns of court are unincorporated. And they do that specifically because they are not a legal entity that can be taken to court and held accountable for anything. They are, even though people know about them widely, they are considered a secret society. They are. And nobody knows what they discuss. None of their records are available to the public. They're not accountable to the public, and you can't take them to court. And they're located in the old Templar building in the city of London. And so on Fleet Street, if I remember correctly, same place that the International Bar Association, which all bar associations in the world are signatories to the IBA, International Bar Association. And that's controlled, and that's on the same street. I'm 99% sure. I'm trying to rack my brain, but I'm pretty sure that's on the same street that the foreigns of court are. But either way you cut it, that's who controls the International Bar Association. The International Bar Association controls the several bar associations throughout the world. And then those bar associations control the local governments and court systems. Think about, what does the bar association not control? They're the ones who control how police are trained and what they can bring into these banks pretending to be courts and what they cannot. So then it gets deeper when you look at, so all attorneys are esquires. There's the original Titles of Nobility Act, which actually does exist. I've shown it on this show many times. It's in the Revised Statutes of Virginia from 1819. There's a representative from New Hampshire named, I forget her first name, but her last name's Tremblay. And she tried to introduce a bill into the House of Representatives of New Hampshire to reinstate the original 13th Amendment in order to specifically get rid of the Bar Association. This is a real amendment. It existed. It forbade titles of nobility from holding any office of trust or profit, or from being a citizen of any one of the several states. And because there was no actual federal citizen at that time, that's what they meant by United States. And I can prove that and have on this show many times. So now, title of nobility, what are they? They're an esquire. When you look up in Webster's 1828 dictionary, what is an esquire? It's a shield bearer, an attendant to a knight. It's basically the knight's bitch. If you want to just put it bluntly in layman's terms, it's the knight's bitch. He wants to be a knight, but he's not a knight. Carries the shield, sword, shines the boots of the knight, all that stuff. It's the attendant to a knight. And that's what esquire is. It's above a gentleman, right, but below a knight. And so all attorneys, every person that holds a bar card is an esquire. Okay, so police are pirates and the esquire are captains. And then when you look up the word Templar in the 1828 dictionary, the very first definition, and the reason I keep saying the Webster 1828 dictionary is because before the Bar Association had taken over this country and implemented legalese, which is basically the words we use in common usage, but have completely definitions in law, and they're actually more accurate and etymologically sound than our common usage because they hold the keys to the knowledge. And before that happened, we were under common law, and common law was written in a language that the common person could understand. And Webster's 1828 dictionary, or just Webster's dictionary in general, was the go-to for people who were in the profession of law at that time to interpret words for writing contracts or anything like that. It was Webster's 1828 dictionary. And Templar, the very first definition, is a student of the law. So you have Templar as a student of the law, esquire, and we know Templars are knights. And then esquire is the shield bearer, attendant to the knight, right? And then the four ends of court, which control the Bar Association, are in the old Templar building in the city of London. It's not, it's simple, right? Oh shit! I lost Nachikita. Sorry, I was looking at my other screen. Sorry, bro. Didn't realize you.
No, it's all right. I got booted out of there. So when I tried to come back, I wasn't. No, it's yeah. Anyway,
But you heard what I said, right?
yeah, yep. I was listening.
Okay, so yeah, it's and so the church again, 100% is behind both our law and this globe lie. So,
Yep.
I'm not going to go for too much longer, but would you like to listen to a little bit more of this ridiculous
Go for it.
rebuttal to something he shouldn't even have been offended by?
That's literally what he's doing.
No, if I stole $80,000, call the authorities, and they will investigate and they will show you.
Do you think the Freemasons are going to come after the top level Jesuit that's in the process of trying to prove the Earth's a globe?
No.
That you're very, very wrong. In fact, they've done it before. That's why the website that was jaroncampanella.com has been removed. It was removed by the what is it called?
The Fed?
IC3.
He started to say feds and then he shut up. It was removed. Yeah, it was removed by the feds.
Listen to this, guys. I actually agree with them on this. It does sound like he's not bright, man. I'm telling you, this guy, Jaron, he's not bright. I mean, he's bright enough to get where he is, but he's not like, I don't know if he gets too emotional or what it is, but it does sound like he started to say feds. I mean, objectively. So.
Good evening, everybody.
The website that was jaroncampanella.com has been removed. It was removed by the
feds.
Your team, the Feds, Jaron.
What is it called? IC3.
Now that's funny because it's not even on the Wayback Machine. So, it's pretty funny. I mean, yeah, maybe he was going to say Frank or Philip, right? Or friends. I don't know, but it definitely was an F he started to say. So, or PH.
Okay, because you're not allowed to make and again, who would make a website like that rather than just call the police? Okay. In this case,
I wonder how much caring it took to get that taken down.
The documents I want or the phone calls that I want. You can tell this girl is batshit crazy.
Is it really so beyond his imagination that quote unquote law enforcement could be complicit? Right? I don't get that either.
Well, and just to say something about it, that the feds didn't do anything, according to Danielle Kakoa, who was having complaints and telling them, hey, look, I have information about this guy and this guy could be a potential stuff. And then they never did anything with it, so they're kind of, pick and choose type of guys. It seems like, it seems a little bit arbitrary, that they would go after some people, but they don't even question some other type of people. So,
well, she brings up a good
I have no
point
idea.
too. Danielle, not to interrupt. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I thought you were done, but Danielle actually brings up a good point. With as much of a ruckus as she made about, Bob Enyart and his possible complicity. It's weird that they didn't even bother to clear him as a suspect. They had DNA evidence from the crime scene. She repeatedly asked them to test his DNA against that DNA evidence. And they never did. That's what stands out to me as the most odd in this whole situation, right? It does. Why would, okay, this lady's crazy, whatever, but she keeps blowing up our tip line. She made websites. She's making this big stink about it. She's going on and on for, as Jaron admitted, for years about this guy did it. Let's just clear him, dude. Hey, man, can we get a DNA sample, right? He supposedly wants to vindicate himself. Or actually, that's another odd thing with as much of a stink and ruckus as she made about this. He never publicly came out and was like, look, this lady's saying this stuff about me, and it's ridiculous. He didn't even mention it. in the public light. And this is a guy who's in the public light. He's got a radio show. He's obviously behind all these psychological operations where he's presenting himself publicly as a far right-wing extremist. He never once mentions her allegations, and the FBI never once actually tries to clear him. Just a person of interest. Right. What? Right? It's weird.
Well, yeah, let me just say something real quick about that, because so like there's a lady by the name of Bryce Taylor, I think. She was like a part of this transformation of America. She was a MK Ultra, and then she in her book pointed out that she serviced Hillary Clinton. Now that's on public record. That's in the books, right? And the Clintons have never denied that information and never sued her for that information. Similar type of situation is going on with Danielle. She is basically pointing out like Bob Enyart is involved with John Benet Ramsey, blah blah blah, and made a couple of websites about it. And one of the FBI agents that she was talking to was saying, well, it's possible that they could like sue you for defamation. And she says, yes, we've been wanting Bob Enyart to sue us for a couple years now, but he has not addressed it. Now, what's interesting to me is that when I had a conversation with Jaron, like I said, we had a couple hour conversation like behind the scenes, and he told me, no, Bob Enyart actually did address, because like I don't listen to Bob Enyart. I never heard of Bob Enyart until Ryan brought him up on his channel. But Jaron apparently had listened to Bob Enyart, and Jaron is saying categorically that Bob Enyart had actually denied all these allegations, which I have not been able to find. So if anybody can find that episode on his radio or his live TV where Bob Enyart is denying and actually dealing with the accusation that Danielle has made, I would love to hear about it, because I haven't been able to find it. Because if that is not available, then I don't know why Jaron would say to me that Bob Enyart had publicly denied his involvement. You see what I mean here?
No, that is like the point you just brought up, and that's absolutely accurate. 100%. Like, the fact that they wanted him to sue them so that this would be brought to court and he would have to present evidence that what they're saying is indeed defamation, right?
Right.
That's a brilliant tactic. And the fact that it was never done or even publicly mentioned, I found nothing about Bob Enyart talking about this at all. And like I said, I use various web browsers, non-Google based web browsers. I use Quant, I use Presearch, I use Ecosia. Well, I haven't used Ecosia in a while, actually, but I use Edge, Chrome, of course, which are the Google based web browsers. And Yandex, honestly, you find stuff that you would never find. You could search something in Edge or Chrome and nothing will come up, and you search the same thing in Yandex and you get pages of results. And that's how this thing is being controlled right now. And I'm surprised people don't realize that, but yeah, nothing about it. And that's a huge thing. And now to add to that, there is the Clintons keep coming up, and then Gates comes up. And we know these people are prolifically involved in the same thing that Enyart is accused of being involved in. And we know these people are. We know that these people that he's supposedly connected to by whatever degree of separation or directly are involved in this in a big way, right? And then now you have Duffy, now Jaron, he threw himself into this hat by trying to attack me. And then he's got his whole Catholic upbringing and all that stuff. Like, this whole thing just stinks. Controlled opposition. All of these people, it keeps coming back to those characters who go back to that little client list in Black Book, right? And all that stuff that doesn't get released. And these are the allegations that Danielle Kakoa was making against Bob Enyart. I mean, come on, guys, right? Like, yes, none of this is concrete evidence of anything, but when do you just start, just being like, okay, that's fucking suspicious, right? That's
a lot of smoke. That's a shit ton of smoke. Come on.
Shit ton of smoke. Yes. That's a whole building full of smoke. Like, what do you mean? And yeah, and those connections are very, I didn't even know about your spectacular research on that, coming up with the Gates connection. And and then, you know, not to throw Dave into here, but he's good friends with Jaron, and he's defending Jaron. I'm pretty sure he used the word disgusting when he was talking to you, and I'm pretty sure he was parroting Jaron's assessment of my research. And his company's doing business with the Clintons. No offense, Dave, but damn, that's weird, right? Like, you're talking about some of the most heinous people on the fucking planet. And
well, I mean, here's another connection though too, because like, you know, Bill Gates' parents are involved with what organization?
yes, good catch. Yes, they are. Yes, wasn't his grandfather, or was it his father? Yeah, Gates.
His father.
His father. Yeah, Gates helped found Planned Parenthood. There you go.
Yes.
That makes sense. Yeah, of course he'd go to fucking visit Bill Gates at his house and have dinner. Duh. Yeah, if he's controlled this dude, for sure he's controlled opposition. Bob Enyart, I'm speaking about. And it's looking very, very, very suspicious for Jaron. I'm just saying. It is. Bro, just leave it alone. You know, I'm talking to Jaron right now, and just you know, if you want me to keep digging, I will. You can go ahead and respond to this video.
I'm gonna, but like, it's not to, you know, go after Jaron. I just want to know more about the truth in regarding Will Duffy and Bob Enyart, you know, and you know, like, really, initially speaking, it was just about protecting people with the truth, you know, in the truth community, flat earthers and stuff like this. It was never meant to like go after Jaron or trying to discredit him or anything like that. But more he is defending Will Duffy or Bob Enyart, that's going to make him look worse. I mean, like, clearly, you know,
I was sardonically
giving
him advice because he's the one who brought attention to himself.
Yeah, but exactly. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, no, that's my whole point. Is like, you're the one who picked this up, man. So you're the one who brought this on yourself. And also, there's like this People Search website that gives you a ridiculously accurate amount of information about people. And I'm going to look into his family, because I suspect that the Campanella is the Campanella I'm thinking of. There's no way that it's not, in my opinion. I'm going to prove myself right or wrong. You know what I mean?
Here's another thing though too, because like what I'm seeing is that basically Will Duffy is kind of doing the continuation work of Bob Enyart, not only by taking over his church, renaming it, but you know, Will Duffy is also seen, like, you know, doing these protests in front of Planned Parenthood places, you know, doing kind of the same kind of protest that Bob Enyart was a part of as well. So, you know, put that together as evidence.
Well, see, here's the thing, and I don't know what you think about this, Notch, but this is what strikes me as odd. Is Duffy was his producer. You see what I'm saying? That's a weird relationship for somebody to have with somebody else who is their best friend and mentor, like somebody you look up to. He's your producer. And I get it. Maybe you liked his work or whatever, objectively, if we didn't know all the other stuff we know now. And he's like, hey, I'm going to produce this guy's radio show. But like, he's the producer. And when in the video Satanic Experiment, I show a blog that somebody wrote where Will Duffy had contacted them, pretending to just be a fan of Enyart, but also defending Enyart and attacking that guy. And it turns out to be Enyart's producer. And he never overtly said that in the article where he was pretending to be a fan. In fact, I might have that still pulled up because I'm on the same window as I was when I made that video. So let me see if I can find it, because that's interesting to me. So that's the military millionaire one, Forbes. Yeah, here it is. Okay. Yep, right here. I got it. Oh, look at this.
Also, real quick, if you have a chance to check out Will Duffy's opentheism.org, just go through that a little bit, especially the 33.
I have.
Okay.
And it's the same thing as Bob Enyart's 33 proofs of the Bible. or
Yep.
whatever it is. I have it open on here too. And it's, they keep using that. And then Will Duffy became a millionaire at the age of 33 and all this stuff. It's like
Yep.
they're throwing up, it's like throwing up occult gang signs. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah,
What they're
for
doing.
sure. There's too many, just too many of these 33s going on with these guys.
So allegedly, this was an email Duffy wrote to somebody who is obviously an atheist when you read it, and was attacking Enyart. So I'm not defending this guy. He obviously has his, in my opinion, priority screwed up. But it's interesting. He says, so this guy says, we've got another chittering weasel of a creationist raving in the comments, a fellow going by the name, Yes, You Need Jesus. So allegedly, this is Duffy, right? He's also sending me email. It says, PZ, I first heard about you on Bob Enyart's radio show about the fact that you turned down an offer to debate Bob. I must say that my first impression of you is that you are smarter than most evolutionists. Smarter because the evolutionists that debate Bob get absolutely destroyed every time. Every evolutionist that I spoke to who was at the debate between Bob Enyart and Reasons to believe willfully admitted that their side, evolution, lost. Bob's debate with Eugene Scott was just flat out epic and still my all-time favorite science debate. Of course, they all made the mistake of debating Bob, and you did not. You are smart. I'll give you that. I think they made the mistake of underestimating Bob because he's just a radio talk show host. Personally, I think that Walt Brown is the greatest scientist of our day. But after Walt Brown, Bob is one of the most brilliant scientific minds I've ever listened to. I believe that the evolutionists' new tactic to avoid debating creationists because the arguments, that the evolutionists' new tactic is to avoid debating creationists because the arguments are just becoming impossible to refute. While that's quite the tactical strategy and may work for a short time, it's encouraging to see the creation movement grow like wildfire. And I do believe it's just a short amount of time before we see evolution become the next spontaneous generation and become obsolete. Don't forget that if you dared question spontaneous generation, you were labeled as anti-science. Good luck to you. Will. So he puts a tag, Will, right? He says, you read that. And apart from the creationist crazy, you get the impression that this guy is just someone with no ties to Enyart, which you do get that impression, other than as a deep and abiding, passionate love for him, which, who listened to his radio show, found out about these evolutionists and ran over here to see what was up. This is not the case. His name is Will Duffy, something revealed in the first few minutes of the video below, and he's Bob Enyart's producer, which is also something Jaron forgot to include when he was covering my video, at least from what I've seen. And that's a pretty big connection, I would say. Right? Because that means he was financially involved in Bob's show. He was responsible for it being on air, and that shows a more intimate connection than just somebody you admire. You know what I mean? It shows
I mean, they're in a bunch of radio stuff together. I mean, just go through their Bob Enyart's radio thing, and you'll find Will Duffy in there. They have videos of debates that they are on kind of top of each other. I mean, they're intimately connected, without a doubt.
No, I showed that. I showed the I have that page up too. Yeah, I know but being on a podcast circuit with somebody is completely different than producing them.
True. Yeah.
Do you see what I'm saying? So that relationship from my financial and contractual point of view stood out to me, probably because of my interest in law. Like, I know what goes into that. You know what I mean? Just,
like Will Duffy has the WD Strategies, wealth strategies company
that you can't find on the website. Yeah.
Right. And then Michael Enyart is one of the guys that's working for that company, which is like, one of the companies that is under scrutiny with all the lawsuits that's kind of going on though too. So, like Enyart and his family, his sons are also very much financially involved with Will Duffy as well.
Well, Brian Enyart Jr., which is what I assume is Bob Enyart's nephew because Brian Enyart Senior, I believe, is his brother.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
it is a direct relation to him. Is Will Duffy's co-pastor? That's
Yeah.
his co-pastor. Is Brian Enyart Jr. You know what I mean? So, but my point is the reason this stands out to me, and I don't know how you feel about it, but it almost gives me more of the impression of like a handler.
Yeah. Who is Will Duffy is the handler?
Yeah, I'm saying it gives me more the
Mhm.
impression of a handler, which is
Yeah,
like,
could very well be.
and I could be wrong about that. I'm just saying like a producer has certain power over the other person in a contractual way to make sure they perform the obligations of the contract. And for somebody to be in that situation, they wouldn't just place anybody there. If Bob Enyart is who we theorize him to be, I guess, what it looks like from the allegations. It's just, so that's why so he's not just a friend and mentor, right, to Will Duffy. He is also an employee, essentially, of Will Duffy. Right. So, and then Will Duffy's in this financial Wall Street type of world where he makes a bunch of money fucking people over. Now he's getting sued for it. He's just an enigma, because it's like, if he is a handler, then how does he have these lawsuits against him? And why does he seem like just a weasel? So, but then again, why would they put a weasel in a producer position over one of their assets? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I just think that like these organizations, especially when you get involved, when you get into a whole MK Ultra thing and how nefarious it is, and China Lake and everything, and like what kind of SRA these people go through, they do have special roles for everybody. They know they can assess you at a very young age, and they know your IQ at a very young age. They have a different, like just like we might have like IQ tests, we might have MBTIs. They have their own system, which is like actually like they keep it a secret. And they know, like, by the time you're 1.5, 2 years old, exactly like how you're going to look like based on your bone structure, like, how sensitive you are, like, your reflexes and everything. They know how intelligent you're going to be. They know a lot about you. So based on all this assessment, they start to groom you at a very young age. So they do have people who play the roles of quote unquote handlers, of course. Right. And they have to, like, if you really go into it, like, it's like, like lots of programming, like knowing the codes, knowing, these special signs for how to trigger people and stuff like this. So women tend to be, from what I've heard and have read, tend to be the ones behind the scenes a little bit, and the men are the enforcer types, and so. Yeah, go ahead.
It's interesting you say that, because from what I've read and studied and understand esoterically, which would only make sense, is that satanic cults are matriarchal.
Right. They are.
Right. Because, and I guess one of the ways I heard it was explained is because women, dichotomy exists within everybody. The polar opposites exist in some mixture, one greater than the other, within everybody. Everybody has a good side, everybody has a dark side. It is what it is, right? So with women being so connected to nature, to the cycles, and being the basically, house of man, like without women, they build our bodies and they birth us, and they're deeply connected to the natural world, to the spiritual world in that sense. And so women are naturally nurturing and loving and, special creatures. That's why a good man protects women. That's what you do, right? Not saying women are incredibly strong in a way that men can never be strong, and because we just don't have the capability. With that said, when a woman goes to the dark side, they go so much further and deeper into that dark side than a man could ever dream of.
Yeah.
Because that equal opposite dichotomy exists within them. The same capability that woman has for nurturing love and compassion, they have for the most obscene evil you could ever imagine. Like shit that neither of us, nobody in this chat could even think of, right? Because that's just how the principle of polarity works, right? So,
Yep.
and it is a universal law. So it's interesting you say that. With Duffy, that could be a possibility. A side note, I know, so China Lake, you brought up China Lake, and that must be something you come up with regularly in your research. I actually, at one point in time in my life years ago, I stayed with my father at a town called Olancha, California. And Olancha is about 60 miles away from Ridgecrest, right? And Ridgecrest is right at the entrance of Naval Lake, China Lake Naval Air Weapons Station. And I went and stayed in that town, and I got a motel in that town one night, and I went to the bar and stuff, and that was one of the weirdest nights in my whole life. Like not even close comparatively to the weirdest stuff that's happened to me, but that was a weird night. So, like, first of all, about Ridgecrest, nobody is from Ridgecrest. That's weird. Everybody moved to Ridgecrest, according to them. Right. And then I met this homeless kid. This shit sounds crazy. It's not that I believe him. I just find it weird that I met somebody like this. So I met two people that were very interesting. I met this homeless kid, and he was cool or whatever. I'm not sure why he was homeless, but he started telling me that there was an entrance to the base under Walmart, and that when he was a kid, they used to take him under there and experiment on him and do shit to him. And like he was definitely not all the way there. So, I'm saying take that with a grain of salt. But his stories were ridiculously specific in what he said. They would take him under there and they'd strap him to a chair and they'd do stuff to him. And he had these encounters with like entities and whatever. And, most people, 99% of people would just dismiss him as crazy. And I still kind of do. But some of the stuff he said was just like, well, I know Walmart has a shit ton of defense contracts, like specifically like the companies that own Walmart, because the Sam Walton helped design the concentration camps we held the Japanese in.
Right.
We held. Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
So he was part of designing those, right? And so like details like that. So that one could be batshit crazy. It was interesting. The other person go ahead.
Yeah, just real quick. These Walmarts can be dual purpose. On one hand, you have a grocery store / whatever, but on the other hand, they could, I think, potentially turn them into internment camps. Right?
Real cool. Yeah, convert them. Yeah, and that's another fact. That's absolutely true. Well, the other person I met, so actually I forgot 3 weird things happened to me that night. So I go to the bar there. I want to have a couple of drinks or whatever. And I get in there and I start talking to people. Now I'm in a town I don't know by myself, just chilling. And I meet this guy. He's got a yellow, like, what do they call it? High visibility shirt for working on like, OSHA controlled sites and stuff like that. And I just start chopping it up with him, and me being me, I'm telling him about, I can't remember how we got on. This is years and years ago. I can't remember how we got on the topic, but start telling him about the Portland college shooting had just happened. And I was telling him about the Hegelian dialectic and how that was bullshit that they used to, try to get people to give up their, guns and whatnot. So we're having that conversation. He goes, "You really that important? Let me tell you something about Portland." He's like, "I'm actually from Portland and I'm out of town working here right now." And he's on some like crew doing something out of town or whatever. One of those towns that work for weeks out of town. I actually have a job like that. So, and he goes, "I let my roommate borrow my car, and she goes to the school that shooting happened. And she said that she didn't hear any gunshots. And there were supposedly like a ridiculous amount, like 100+ shots fired within a few minutes, right? It was a dumb story, one of those real stupid ones. And he's like, and she didn't hear a single gunshot. She was at school. I was like, oh, that's interesting. So that increased the conversation. This naval chick entered the conversation. She's in the Navy. She works at China Lake. And this chick sat there and told me, she said, there's something real weird about this base. There's this hangar we're never allowed to go in. And I really think they kidnap people from around here and bring them into there. And she sat there and told me the shit. I remember thinking, I remember looking around the bar and I'm like, there's probably microphones in here. You probably shouldn't be saying this stuff. And I don't know what happened to her, but yeah, she was there with her girlfriend. Yeah, she was there with her girlfriend. She was in the Navy, worked at China Lake, and she was like, I'm gonna start investigating this place. That's what she was telling me. And I was just thinking, you about to be not here anymore. You know, like that's what I was thinking about. But yeah, so yeah, long foray into that story. I found it interesting. That's how weird China Lake is. There's just a whole bunch of weird shit happens over there in California. I don't know what that's about. But yeah, Will Duffy could just be one of those guys that was programmed, and he's like, hey, you know, you're going to be, and he does strike me as that because he just strikes me as a weasel, man. Like he's got the duper's delight. He looks like a guy that's figured out how to get himself out of trouble again, and he's used to being able to do that. And
yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
I don't really see him as like a mastermind, personally speaking. You know, like that's just me based on my. He's like a good card salesman is kind of what I see, you know, and he doesn't really mind, and I think he's used to being on the spotlight, and he doesn't mind putting himself out there. He's like kind of been trained that way to, you know, talk to people and be charismatic, and you know, he can be a pastor, he can be a financial advisor, however good he is, and now he is talking about the veracity of the final experiment and such, you know.
No, he's not particularly brilliant. That's I agree with you on that. It's just the relationship as a producer. Either way, there's some sort of overarching control structure behind this. It's incredibly nefarious, in my opinion. There's just too much smoke behind everybody and a bunch of allegations, no concrete evidence. But we got Brian Stavely decided to join us. He said, what's up? What's going on, Brian?
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, man, glad you stopped in. For sure. We're talking about Jaron and Bob Enyart, Will Duffy, and the ridiculous psychological operation that is the final experiment.
Yeah. Yeah, basically.
It's so obvious to anybody. But we'll watch a few more minutes of this video, and I'm probably going to shut it down here shortly.
Yep.
But I do. Let's see, is it not one of my first tabs? Of course not. I got to go back to the video. All right. Yeah, the way that he just makes excuses and preemptively is just incredibly suspicious. I'm sorry. I don't have any concrete evidence against this guy, but dude, everything in my body tells me he is
crazy.
Controlled up.
To make your entire
hang on. Again, there's no context here. We'll leave a link to this interview podcast that Sovereign Soul guy and his son did about Bob. We'll leave a link below in a pinned comment, or not a pinned comment, but a comment. So there was a woman that was a member of the same church that Will Duffy now, it's a new name, but the same building, same years. People. That church was the one that Bob Enyart, who Will took over for, was the pastor. And so there was a lady that went there, and she left the church, and she came out and she was saying that Bob Enyart was a murderer. He was a serial murderer too, not just one. He was killing people all over the country. There was all these different names where it's going to take a long time to get through it all. It just looks like theater. So again, is it revelation of the method? Is Bob Enyart really a CIA or FBI murderer for the government? And what they do is they just come right out and tell you. They have someone come out here, and whatever her name was, Coke, I think Reality Witness knows it all. Kika, or they've got weird names.
As crazy as that sounds, actually, when I watched that earlier, that is a good point. Maybe Danielle Kakoa wasn't a handler. And maybe she wasn't non-complicit either. Maybe she was just the person that is putting it in the public eye to do the absolving of karma thing. And I know that's a huge stretch and extrapolation, but I mean, it is also a very small possibility. So I did actually appreciate that thought, you know?
Yeah, we can't just look at the black and white.
Yeah, the woman
like
that
saying
Jaren's
that
talking
this
about
person's
was a
right or that
member of
person's
Bob's
wrong,
church
right?
that went on.
What the hell was that? Oh, was that you? Sorry, what'd you say?
Yeah, no. I was just saying that we can't just put it like, oh, she's 100% right and Bob's 100% wrong, or the opposite. You know, Bob's 100% right and she's 100% wrong either. You know, so we have to consider all angles. You know, that's all.
No, absolutely. There was some fishy stuff about the video evidence that she, like how her and her husband were just recording these cops through a storm door where you can plainly see somebody else on the other side, and the cops are banging like like they don't see anybody. That was weird to me, like how the cops just banging like they don't see anybody and looking around. Like, wasn't very good. What's the word? Filming. What's the art of filming? Whatever that is. You know what I'm saying? It's bad theater.
On to state that Bob was a murderer, a mass murderer, right? And then she was filing claims with the FBI, and all this is documented on a website. And I mean, this is what I guess Will he did not want to talk about.
No, he shut down when this came up.
Video, and to call somebody Bob Enyart.
So I don't know if that's true, and if anybody in the chat does, or you, Notch, but apparently somebody did bring up this information to Will Duffy, and he shut down and didn't want to talk about it. That's interesting, if that is the case. So if you guys know about it, let me know.
Is, dare I say, a great man.
Whoa, all of a sudden Bob Enyart's the great man.
He's in love with him, huh?
Yeah.
Was a
This guy's a great man, Notch. It's fucking, I'm not saying I don't know the guy, and all of this, there is always a possibility all of this could be just fabricated. And if it was, then who did that and for what purpose? But that was pretty emphatic, wasn't it?
Yeah, and let me just throw one thing out there real quick, because you know, Bob Enyart was married to, his first wife's name is Krista Lynn Johnson, and I tried to find any and all information about her. I could not find. Just the fact that she was just born in 64 and died in 99. She was like 35 years old when she passed away, and had 2 sons with Bob. And I was trying to find any kind of information about her death, and then you know, this I was sent a video, actually, that was sent directly to Jaren from Will, okay, because I was asking people that I knew, because I just couldn't find any information about it, and I had how would I say, like, enough consideration towards me to want to send a personalized video of Will coming out of church with Bob Enyart's son, actually describing the circumstances of this lady's death, and that seemed really strange and odd to me. You know, like it was like, okay, you know, we're gonna put it to bed, and then, you know, we have the son actually talking about this, and you don't have to think about it anymore. And it's just like, what, really?
So, wow, man. First of all, respect for how brilliant it was to think of that test. That was brilliant, man. That was a good test. Like, yeah, hey, why don't you? So that was excellent. You had the ability to do that through Jaren too. Wow, that is interesting. So what do you think?
Well, I mean, like, on the surface level, it seems like, you know, things are kind of on a lockdown, and like basically, you know, she took her own life is the word that is out there. Again, you know, I guess this is rather personal or whatnot, but like I could, and that's the reason why that you cannot find that information out there. But like I mentioned
And that's
to you
an
guys, like,
understandable reason. That's
yeah,
Yeah.
that's a very understandable reason. But on
If
the
it is,
other hand, Right, if that's all true. But on the other hand, you know, there are court cases of actually Krista having a restraining order against Bob, you know, and then it's one of her sons that got abused by Bob as well, you know, in the court. I don't know. It's just really kind of strange case, at least the way I look at it. And you know, and I again mentioned that this John Ramsey,
Thanks for stopping
he,
by. Sorry. I just
yeah,
want to
no,
tell him
John
good night.
Ramsey. What's that? Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to tell him good night. He was telling everybody good night, so I just wanted, yeah. Anyway, go ahead, continue. My bad, that was rude.
No, yeah, John Ramsey with his first wife, you know, their oldest daughter, who was starting to come out, and I have some articles about how she was actually talking to the counselor, saying that she was psychologically, emotionally, and physically abused by the family, basically MK Ultra, and you know that memory was surfacing, and then a couple months later, her and her boyfriend, at the age of 22, died mysteriously of a car accident as well. You know, it's like, really, is that possible? Is, you know, what are we talking about here?
Well, how many how many like suspicious circumstances can you have before it's, you know, there's something here? That's incredible research, Notch. That is all very good information. You definitely did your digging on that, man. That's impressive. That's some impressive research right there. That's very interesting. I mean, what can you really say? It doesn't conclusively prove anything, but it is very
more
suspicious.
Smoke. It's basically more smoke.
It's very, very like thick smoke. You know what I mean? Like, it's pretty thick smoke. Now, you know, in the off chance that, you know, something like that did happen, we're not saying it didn't, but I mean, given all the other evidence that is accumulated, it's just tough to say, you know, because this guy right here, man, he's got so much, and then the actual charges against him, you know, and I don't understand what would cause somebody to want to just come out and defend this guy like this, you know, like he sounds like,
yeah,
like even Jaron sounds like he intimately knows Bob Enyart, right? He said,
well,
I mean,
did you listen to today's you know, Jaron's you know, show today, and he was talking about shills and stuff like that, and basically he was saying like, well, how can we not take advantage of this, you know, opportunity kind of deal? It's like, but wait a minute, like, let's just try to like step back a little bit and see where, you know, yeah.
Please elucidate that last statement.
Like, from what I heard from today's show over at Jaronism, Jaron was basically kind of complaining about different shills, and he took a jab at some people, including myself a little bit, but you know, very slightly. So I'm not offended by it or whatnot. You know, it's just that he's not necessarily on board with our research, which is fine. We can have our disagreements, but then he was continuously defending this kind of the final experiment, and at least if I can remember correctly, he was saying something to the effect that, you know, like, hey, you know, we're not going to get another chance like this. You know, nobody's going to fund flat earthers to go to Antarctica, and it's a great opportunity, and we should take advantage of this, et cetera, et cetera. I would have to go back and timestamp that, but I remember him saying something to that effect.
No, and I mean, objectively on that point, he's right, but is that what it is? You know what I mean? Is this, and that's the whole thing when you're talking about their complicity. It's like, so we're presented with two different avenues regarding this situation of the final experiment. There's the one avenue where if, say, Jaron is not complicit, and I really do have a hard time seeing Whitsitt being complicit, but I don't know the guy, you know, but I really, like, he just eats people alive in debates, and I really don't see that being helpful to them at all for him to be controlled. But I mean, also anybody can be turned at, you know, if they, you know, came to him, threatened him, whatever they did. You know, but anyways, so if they're not, then that means that they probably have some kind of weird stunt planned where I do think from my research that there are solar simulators. There are patents for it that NASA has. There's patents for it that other companies have. You know, they could be planning to do something like that because it's so unbelievable to your average person. It's probably unbelievable to some people in the chat right now. And I totally understand that because I can tell you a personal story where I think that might be the case real quick. I was at a beach in my hometown and I seen the sun shining down on the lake. Unusually, it was like just a circle of intense light on the lake. You know how the sun usually will spread out over the lake, right? Crepuscular rays, right? Well, not this. It was just a circle down on the lake. And I was like, well, that's weird. So I took out my phone and I snapped pictures. And I'm telling you my personal experience. I don't expect you guys to believe me, but I am telling you the truth. I snapped pictures. And when I didn't think nothing more of it after that, I was doing whatever down there. And because the idea of a fake sun just doesn't really occur to you. But I had been hearing Jamie Lee talk about it and plaintruth.info. That guy, he passed away recently, whatever. But when I got home and looked through my pictures, there were sharp angles. In the picture I took, there was my phone captured some kind of black blotch, but you can only see like bits of it through the lights of the sun. And it was a sharp, like hexagonal. It was either diamond or hexagonal. It's been so long, I can't remember now, but it was sharp edges inside of this thing. And I was like, well, that's damn weird. And so I started looking into it, and Jamie Lee was talking about a company called Solarin that has this solar simulator, and they're creating these big like satellite type things the size of a football field and launching them up probably on balloons or something like that with the helium. And then it just, boom, it's like a sun. But it sounds pretty unbelievable. So that's the first option, is that they're going to do something like that. But if they are complicit in this, well, that means that not only has the truth community in general been deeply infiltrated, but also that what they're about to do would be very difficult for the people on the fence, for us to win over the people on the fence for quite some time. You know what I mean? Like that would be a pretty devastating blow if they were able to get two prolific flat earthers to go down there and lie about what they've seen or something like that, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't really want to speculate too much because I mean, if they can do that to people in terms of like, I don't know, MK Ultraing people or whatnot, you know, or I don't know, douse them with some kind of a nano dust. I don't know what, who knows, you know, but I don't know if I would want to speculate on that right now. It's just about, okay, let's just consider this to be kind of normal thing. What do they know? Are they
What's
actually
normal?
really risking anything? Yeah, like yeah, that's a good question. Like, you know, like in terms of like, we're taking it like in at a face value is what I meant. You know, I mean, like just like, hey, they offered this, and if we, you know, do all the check marks, like okay, clouds and sun, and we see the 24-hour sun, then you know that's for the flat Earth. But if not, then you know obviously that's going to be against the flat Earth, et cetera, and everybody agrees. And I think some kind of a contract needs to be had. But again, it's not really about that to me. It's just about like who's involved and why. You know, what's the bigger picture here? You know, that's what I'm trying to think about. For what purpose, really?
Here's the thing, like Brian said, you know, the cheaper route ultimately would be for them to just try to bribe or find, you know, famous flat earthers or semi-famous, however you want to look at it, to bribe. That would be the cheaper route for them. For me, you say, you know, we shouldn't speculate, and I agree with you. Speculation is, you know,
no. Like, I don't mean it that way. Like, we can speculate, but like, let's not just put all of our eggs on that basket, because like, you know, if they can get away with this or that, really they can get away with anything, you know? And it's kind of go ahead.
I was going to say, I'm not going to put my eggs in any particular basket, because ultimately I only say I know something if I know it. I don't know what's behind it. But what I do know is that everything about this whole thing from start to finish is not usual. It's not normal.
Yeah.
It's not new. Who comes out of nowhere and says, I'm sorry, if this isn't the first red flag for you, you know, it's critical thinking, man. It's key. You got to practice it. Who comes out of nowhere, especially a pastor, who even saying that draws more suspicion to himself, especially when you start looking into it, just decides to spend over 6 figures, or even anywhere in the ballpark at tens of thousands, we'll even say, if it's not hundreds of thousands. Maybe he got a deal, which leads me to believe it's not his own money. But would just, and here's the most suspicious thing. We all pretty much know each other, right? Like, we don't know everybody, but even the people we don't know, we know of, because we're a pretty tight-knit community. We are large and we're growing. But the people who are out here doing podcasts on like a moderate basis, where you can actually find truth, and the people are realizing like, oh, I can't go to these big places to find truth because they're all bought out. Got to go to these moderate levels. We all pretty much know or know of each other. This guy has never been on any podcasts or anything, right? Up until recently, and he's hitting every podcast, even the lowest podcasts, which in itself is suspicious. You know, especially being, one, new to the scene, and two, such a high profile individual, you know, wealthy and all that, and having been on podcasts before. But who comes out of nowhere, not having been in the scene in any form or fashion, just says, I'm going to spend $60,000 to $150,000, 180, whatever it ends up being, to send, you know, I all of a sudden am so troubled by this question of the flat earth. It is now heavy on my mind randomly out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And it's bothering me so much that I'm going to spend tens of thousands to $100,000 for Globers and flat earthers to go. And you know what? I'm so generous, I'm not even going to go. But I also have lawsuits for tens of thousands or over $100,000. I don't remember, but it's a lot of money that he should be looking at a lawyer and stuff. He's got all this shit cooking in the background. Just the fact that he has that stuff in his background and what he's presenting himself at is also suspicious. Everything about this screams very poorly done psychological operation.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you can spend $1,000 and get yourself a P1000 camera, and then case will be closed. You don't need to spend $60,000 to $100,000 to see the 24-hour sun, you know?
Well, my thing is unless you actually think it's possible or you know it is true, you wouldn't spend that money. People who don't believe, no, believe's not the right word, because you don't just believe. When you learn, you know, right? You believe in the globe. You know that it isn't a globe. And that's the difference. And if you just believe in the globe, right, then you think you know, and it's settled science and smarter people than you know, and that's why you think flat earth is so ridiculous. So it's ridiculous. You're not going to spend that kind of money. You're not. Think about every glober you know. Try asking McToon to spend $60,000 to $100,000 and some $1,000 to send people down. Just ask him. Even if he was ultra wealthy, I don't think he'd do it. But the point is, McToon's at least been in the community, so he might be emotionally invested enough on the globe side to do it. This guy's not been in the community. Nobody's ever heard of him. Nobody's ever heard of him. And he just shows up out of nowhere and says, I am now so passionate about this that I'm going to spend all this money, even regardless of all these lawsuits I have.
Yeah, but that genie is out of the bottle, and we're not going to put that genie back in. That's the thing. You know, I mean, it's like, you know, like this guy came out of nowhere, that genie came out, and then we can't run away from it anymore. We are like kind of locked in, you can say. Like, I cannot avoid this topic of the final experiment, and it's just like everybody is talking about it. Anybody who has a channel has either interviewed Will Duffy or has said something about the final experiment. It's like we're all clamoring about the final experiment. How legit is it? You know, it's like it doesn't matter. We're all talking about it and thinking about it, but it's like hard for us not to at this point, though, too. You know?
Exactly. You can't avoid this because it's pervading the community, and it was intended to. And if nothing else, Will Duffy is making sure it does. By going on even the smallest podcast, I could well, not after exposing this stuff, I doubt he'd ever come on, but before that, I probably could have got him to come on my show. That's the whole thing. He's hitting they're trying to get the most saturation of attention on this thing that they possibly can. They're trying to reach everything. And that's the impression I get from the podcast that Duffy's been on, right? And he's been on huge podcasts, massive podcasts, all the way down to, very small podcasts where it's like this guy was just on, this show. Now he's on this show. To me, and that's no offense to anybody who's growing their channel. I'm growing my channel. It is what it is. But to me, it's just like they're trying to saturate the community with this thing.
Yeah.
And then now they're drawing big names to it, right? Drawing big names to it, not directly, but associated with this. Yeah, this has to be a psychological operation. Then all this shit that we're talking about and covering and exposing, Jaron's sketchy past, the fact that he got so emotionally triggered. And that's, like I said, I can't overstate that. You're supposed to be a disinterested third party, Jaron, who was just asked by somebody that none of us would even expect you to have a relationship to.
Yeah.
Right? Period. And we could kind of see the relationship he was into, the PSYOP, soft tissue dinosaur and Planned Parenthood thing. And maybe I don't even really know how you would ended up with that, but it's more believable than thinking that you have an emotional investment in Will Duffy, but it's still not very how. It just doesn't make any sense. And you gave this attention. You brought this up. You brought this into light. Awake Souls is now covering it because of you. That's, you know what I mean? They weren't going to come across my channel and be like, oh, this is interesting as hell, because it's not going to get the same type of algorithm attention or any of that stuff. But now you did that. That was dumb. But my point is that this is just everything about this is it's going to affect us. I think it will. And people say, oh, it's just a false dichotomy PSYOP. And yeah, of course it is. It's multifaceted. But think about if they can get, if either outcome happens with the way people on the fence are, it's going to be a problem if people don't understand how shady this is going into it. You know what I mean?
No, I'm kind of confident that the people who need to see the truth will see it and are seeing it. Like you and myself and other people, like we're digging into it and we kind of see it for what it is. I mean, I feel, and if other people want to be in the delusion of like, well, let's just give him the benefit of the doubt, and he could be still a good guy. I mean, like, what are you going to do with that? Like either they're going to see it or they're not going to see it.
Yeah, no, 100%. And and that's the other thing is anybody who knows, it already. Where we live and what it looks like, and what there is and what there isn't. There's no measurable curvature. You can't have a gas pressure system inside of a vacuum, or actually can't have a sphere of fluid pressure anywhere without containment, whether it's in a vacuum or not in a vacuum. And all this physical impossibility of the globe, it already. But it's not primarily we do what we do for the people that are on the fence, because the people who know, they're going to find out. They come to us to learn stuff, but even if it wasn't for us, they're going to find out. They're already on that path. But the people that are on the fence, that's the battleground demographic. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. Well,
100%.
What do you think? How long are you going to go on for?
I'm actually going to probably wind it down.
Yeah.
I do appreciate. Yeah, I do appreciate you coming on. If you guys haven't seen Awakened Souls coverage of this, it's great. Brings up a lot of the same points that I was thinking. Some things they say I disagree with, but you have that with everybody. Nobody agrees with everyone 100% of the time. I appreciate you coming on, Notch. It was awesome having you up here. Always appreciate your insight. Your investigative work is excellent. Second to none. That was pretty good stuff, especially the way you trapped them with the one situation with the mom talking about it. It was good thinking. Do you have any last words you want to kind of bring up, or?
No, I mean, always good talking with you. I'm glad that our paths crossed, and we'll definitely look into it. I will have some things that I do want to share. I've been busy with some other stuff, but in the next day or two, I will probably do a live and talk about many things. So looking forward to the audience here, and Ryan. It's always good to see you and talk with you. You have a lot of knowledge, and we share a lot of common interests. So let's continue on with the work that we are meant to do.
Absolutely, man. I appreciate it. Absolutely a pleasure to talk to you. You guys, thank you for stopping by and suffering us, I suppose, for a couple hours. I'm just kidding. But yeah, thank you guys for showing up, and everybody have a good night. I will see you probably next week. Well, definitely next weekend by the latest. Oops. Sorry.
All right, later, folks.
Glitching up. There we go.